Ovo je Farma dolina. Kompleks koji dominira vizurom ulaska u grad Rijeku i mjesto gdje zaposlenici JGL-a stvaraju visoko kvalitetne farmaceutske proizvode i stvaraju našu priču. A naša priča je počela 1991. godine. Od tada smo razvojem novih proizvoda i osvajanjem novih tržišta postigli transformaciju iz malog lokalnog laboratorija u snažnog i brzorastućeg igrača na internacionalnom tržištu farmaceutike. Zasluge za ovakav streloviti rast idu zaposlenicima JGL-a, koji se nalaze i izvan granica Hrvatske. 10 zemalja, ali jedan tim. Oni su strastveni, inovativni, stručni, ambiciozni, angažirani, posvećeni poslu i željni postizanja novih vrhunaca u farmaceutskoj industriji. Stvaraju u okruženju u kojem timski rad nije slovo na papiru, u kojem se cijene i grade dobre ideje, a cijeni se i hrabrost potrebna za njihovo pokretanje. Njegujemo okolinu u kojoj zaposlenici mogu postići ravnotežu između poslovnog i privatnog, u kojoj osoba nije kotačić, nego čini razliku i vidi plod svojega rada. Svaki put do vrha počinje u dolini, a naš počinje u ovoj. Mjestu gdje se vrhunska sterilna proizvodnja susreće sa znatiželjnim i kreativnim duhom, a spoj znanosti, naprednih tehnologija i poduzetničkog duha stvara kvalitetu koja se prepoznaje. JGL. Vrhunska farmaceutika kreće iz Farma doline.
When you come to Croatia, you have to refresh your mind by the pool.
And heal your body in our thermal spas.
You have to enjoy a massage by the sea.
And regain your smile in any of our dental clinics.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to swim here.
Relax there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of well-being, full of life.
If microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris. No microplastics, no worries.
Poliklinika Terme u srcu Mediterana u mjestu Selce, povijesnoj lokaciji 100 metara od mora. Terme Selce je prva privatna ustanova za rehabilitaciju i zdravstveni turizam u Hrvatskoj, koju su osnovali 1989. primarijus Ivan Brozičević i doktorica Vlasta Brozičević. Sa svojim stručnim timom primjenjuju holistički pristup u radu s pacijentima svih životnih dobi. O uspjehu Termi Selce svjedoči preko 30.000 zadovoljnih pacijenata iz 86 zemalja svijeta i 6 kontinenata. Svoje povjerenje poklonili su nam i vrhunski sportaši, više od 120 olimpijskih, svjetskih i europskih šampiona zaštitni su znak Poliklinike Terme Selce. Poliklinika Terme Selce je stekla izniman ugled u zemlji i svijetu, zahvaljujući individualiziranim visokostručnim programima rehabilitacije i fizikalne terapije. Naš tim čini 44 visoko kvalificiranih stručnjaka, od liječnika specijalista, medicinskih sestara, fizioterapeuta, psihologa, kineziologa, nutricioniste i masera u suradnji sa vodećim hrvatskim i svjetskim ortopedskim i traumatološkim bolnicama. Prateći ritam i potrebe modernog čovjeka, Poliklinika Terme Selce daje novu kvalitetu zdravstvenoj i turističkoj ponudi Crikveničko-Vinodolske rivijere, postavši simbol za rehabilitaciju sportaša, aktivnog stanovništva, mladih, starije populacije te osoba iz svih područja javnog života.
When plastic decomposes, it releases compounds like benzene and phenol, creating microplastic particles that promote bacterial biofilm formation. That's why Aquamaris products have never contained microplastics. But they do contain magnesium, calcium, potassium, and bicarbonate. Important elements that make them safe and efficient against common nasal issues. What you see is what you get with Aquamaris, the first and only microplastic-free brand. Aquamaris. No microplastics, no worries. If microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris. No microplastics, no worries.
Hello? Am I speaking with the location manager?
You are.
Do you have a moment?
Sure. I'm in my office.
So am I. Nobody likes them.
Yeah, they're all the same.
We're shooting an adventure movie. We're looking for an untouched paradise. We need sea, but it has to be crystal clear. We want marvelous sandy or pebble beaches. Preferably both. Breathtaking horizons and mountain peaks. Fairy tale-like lakes. Wild forests. Rivers, waterfalls, gorges. We need magic. Can you do it?
Yeah, I've already got something.
And the rest?
Buongiorno, is this location manager?
On a high level.
Fantastico. Allora, we are shooting a family movie and we need a location. Oh, sorry, is this a good moment?
Perfect.
We are looking for a scent of history and culture. Castles, old towns, old buildings, theaters.
So we are filming this road movie and we are in a search of beautiful landscapes.
Hallo, hallo.
Roads,
wir machen einen Mystery-Film und wir brauchen etwas enigmatisch und also intrigant.
Come on, man. We need action. We need those locations.
Hello.
Hello, dear. It's me again. This time we want to shoot some kind of romantic comedy.
Of course.
And we have the most famous actresses.
Draga,
and actors on
ako ti nije problem.
Što želiš da slikam?
Što god hoćeš.
Ovo je Farma dolina. Kompleks koji dominira vizurom ulaska u grad Rijeku i mjesto gdje zaposlenici JGL-a stvaraju visoko kvalitetne farmaceutske proizvode i stvaraju našu priču. A naša priča je počela 1991. godine. Od tada smo razvojem novih proizvoda i osvajanjem novih tržišta postigli transformaciju iz malog lokalnog laboratorija u snažnog i brzorastućeg igrača na internacionalnom tržištu farmaceutike. Zasluge za ovakav streloviti rast idu zaposlenicima JGL-a, koji se nalaze i izvan granica Hrvatske. 10 zemalja, ali jedan tim. Oni su strastveni, inovativni, stručni, ambiciozni, angažirani, posvećeni poslu i željni postizanja novih vrhunaca u farmaceutskoj industriji. Stvaraju u okruženju u kojem timski rad nije slovo na papiru, u kojem se cijene i grade dobre ideje, a cijeni se i hrabrost potrebna za njihovo pokretanje. Njegujemo okolinu u kojoj zaposlenici mogu postići ravnotežu između poslovnog i privatnog, u kojoj osoba nije kotačić, nego čini razliku i vidi plod svojega rada. Svaki put do vrha počinje u dolini, a naš počinje u ovoj. Mjestu gdje se vrhunska sterilna proizvodnja susreće sa znatiželjnim i kreativnim duhom, a spoj znanosti, naprednih tehnologija i poduzetničkog duha stvara kvalitetu koja se prepoznaje. JGL. Vrhunska farmaceutika kreće iz Farma doline.
When you come to Croatia, you have to refresh your mind by the pool.
And heal your body in our thermal spas.
You have to enjoy a massage by the sea.
And regain your smile in any of our dental clinics.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to swim here.
Relax there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of well-being, full of life.
If microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris. No microplastics, no worries.
Poliklinika Terme u srcu Mediterana u mjestu Selce, povijesnoj lokaciji 100 metara od mora. Terme Selce je prva privatna ustanova za rehabilitaciju i zdravstveni turizam u Hrvatskoj, koju su osnovali 1989. primarijus Ivan Brozičević i doktorica Vlasta Brozičević. Sa svojim stručnim timom primjenjuju holistički pristup u radu s pacijentima svih životnih dobi. O uspjehu Termi Selce svjedoči preko 30.000 zadovoljnih pacijenata iz 86 zemalja svijeta i 6 kontinenata. Svoje povjerenje poklonili su nam i vrhunski sportaši. Više od 120 olimpijskih, svjetskih i europskih šampiona zaštitni su znak Poliklinike Terme Selce. Poliklinika Terme Selce je stekla izniman ugled u zemlji i svijetu, zahvaljujući individualiziranim visokostručnim programima rehabilitacije i fizikalne terapije. Naš tim čini 44 visoko kvalificiranih stručnjaka, od liječnika specijalista, medicinskih sestara, fizioterapeuta, psihologa, kineziologa, nutricioniste i masera u suradnji sa vodećim hrvatskim i svjetskim ortopedskim i traumatološkim bolnicama. Prateći ritam i potrebe modernog čovjeka, Poliklinika Terme Selce daje novu kvalitetu zdravstvenoj i turističkoj ponudi Crikveničko-Vinodolske rivijere, postavši simbol za rehabilitaciju sportaša, aktivnog stanovništva, mladih, starije populacije te osoba iz svih područja javnog života.
When plastic decomposes, it releases compounds like benzene and phenol, creating microplastic particles that promote bacterial biofilm formation. That's why Aquamaris products have never contained microplastics, but they do contain magnesium, calcium, potassium, and bicarbonate, important elements that make them safe and efficient against common nasal issues. What you see is what you get with Aquamaris, the first and only microplastic-free brand. Aquamaris. No microplastics, no worries. If microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris. No microplastics, no worries.
Hello?
Am I speaking with location?
Everybody, welcome to the last day of this year's 11th edition of CIHT conference. How are you guys? Yeah, a little bit louder, yeah. It's a perfect day, perfect weather for the conference. It's rainy, it's floody outside. Nobody has better time than us, so we can relax and have a nice time, get to know each other a little bit better, and, you know, gain some new experiences and knowledges. And if I remember correctly, we should do some yoga at the beginning of the day, because that was the deal from yesterday with Dr. Das and Dr. Sharma, and they're obviously not here, I think. They're not here. Perform yoga in their plane, So anybody know some yoga moves? Anybody? First row, Mr. Mosetic. The other Sharma, maybe. Okay, the least Indian. Okay, then I watched something on YouTube. So are we ready to make some yoga moves just for relaxing, for icebreaker? Okay? So, like this. On YouTube, it goes like this. So, put your hands up in the air and inhale. Yeah, please stand up, of course. Yeah. So, up in there, inhale. And exhale. Stay here for a couple of seconds, and once again. Inhale, put your hands up in the air, and exhale. Feeling better? Yeah, that's the only thing I learned. If you have anything more, but I don't know anything more. So hello everyone once again. Now we'll getting a bit serious just for a few brief moments, because I have to greet you from the organizers. So on behalf of the Crikvenica Tourist Board and Kvarner Health Tourism Clusters as the organizers, and the Special Hospital Thalassotherapia Crikvenica and the Polyclinic Terme Selce as the co-organizers, I'm greeting all of you. We are once again running in a hybrid form. That means that I'm greeting all of you who are here in person in this beautiful Miramare Hotel in Crikvenica. But I'm also greeting everybody who is watching us online. The cameras are somewhere around here. And I have a strong message for people who are watching us online. Please don't do it again. Next year, please come to Crikvenica, meet us all live here in person. There are beautiful people here, very nice, very polite, and you will have a nice time with us. Lots of fun. Is that right? Yeah, how was yesterday at a party? Would have been great. I had to leave at 10 because I have to practice my yoga lessons. But nevertheless, I think that we really have a good time, and it pays off to take a few days off and come to Crikvenica the next year for the 12th edition of CIHT conference. So let me thank to the sponsors also. That's very important, because without sponsors we wouldn't be here. Thanks to our sponsors, Ministry of Tourism and Sport and Ministry of Health. Thank you to our golden partner, Jadran Galenski Laboratory, silver partner, Croatian National Tourist Board, and silver partner, Croatian Chamber of Economy. Thanks to the rest of our partners, Primorje Gorski Kotar County, Kvarner Tourist Board, the City of Crikvenica, Ortonova Dental Medical Center, and MCHAM. And now is the time to start with our lectures, to start to getting some new knowledges. We will open the day with collaboration. Which kind of collaboration? Cluster collaboration. We will hear how this kind of cooperation can help in a business way through examples from the USA, from Germany, Slovenia, Croatia, and some other countries. We will deal with the topic for a total of an hour and a half. So First 1 hour, you have to discuss some lectures, to hear some lectures for the lecturers and the speakers. And then another half hour you have for panel discussions, so please be active and pose questions if you have any. So let me welcome our first speaker of the day, Mr. Istok Albauer. Mr. Albauer was appointed to the position as the Managing Director at the Slovenian Spas Association 15 years ago, after he had spent almost 25 years in tourism business. The community of Slovenian natural and spas unites 13 natural and thermal spas that operate under the common name Slovenian Natural Spas. Mr. Albauer, welcome to the stage. Please join me. Hello and good luck.
Hello, good morning everybody. The voices from yesterday's party seems to be a little bit different, but nevertheless. But before I start, let me take the opportunity and address some few words in Croatian, as much as I speak Croatian, but I think we will be able to understand. Poštovani predsjednik, dragi prijatelj Vladimir, gospođa Marija, ekipa koja je napravila ovu predivnu konferenciju, zaista vam čestitam na ovome svemu i najljepša hvala što sam danas i sa vama i da mogu biti tu sa vama. Sada ću ja preći na engleski jer smo se tako dogovorili zbog svih međunarodnih gostiju. So, ladies and gentlemen, I decided to have just a few words for the beginning and then we can start. Speaking about the Slovenian health and spa resorts, I will make a short introduction, as short as I can be. I'm never short, but I will try to do it. Is situated as we are neighboring country in the mostly northeastern part of the country, bordering Croatia, bordering Austria, bordering Hungary, and we still have two spas on our coastal part, and one is the only exemption that doesn't have its own thermal source. This is Thalassotherapia. As you in Crikvenica have Thalasso, also we in Slovenia have one proper Thalasso center in Strunjan, and Terme, which is also a thermal resort. We speak about medical thermal spas. Now, during several years, and especially in the last couple of years, we have also very important values that we find important to stress out. First is definitely health, because all of our spa resorts are health resorts on one side. We have natural remedies, which means we prize the nature, the tradition, but also the knowledge. And we try to be local authentic and strive to excellence. Definitely in the last years, the highest standards of hygiene, a difficult word to remember, have been across the health industry as such, but also through all our spas as well. And more than ever, it is important to have this positive and well movement, which we all have a desire that we need to do. Okay, we said health from nature, natural remedies. What do we have? Besides the thermal water, mineral water, we have mineral pelloids, mud, we have peat. We get the peat from 1,500 meters high from the Pohore mountain. We have thalassotherapy, as mentioned. We use not only the power of the sea. We are lucky in Slovenia that we have salt pans for 800 years, winning the salt in the traditional way. So we use the mud, which is a layer below this basin where the salt is being collected. We use highly concentrated seawater, like we call it brine. And, of course, the beneficial climate, which is also very important. We have centuries of tradition. We are sharing the common history. But in Slovenia, the oldest spa is dating back from 1403. That is written evidence that it was used as a spa. Although we know that the first were the Romans, who were actually our first spa tourists. I mentioned knowledge. It is important to know that during the years, the knowledge in the spas have really been put on a very high level. Next year we will celebrate 70 years of rehabilitation in Terme Laško, in one of our famous traditional spas. 170 years they are operating as a spa, but with rehabilitation they are acquainted with 70 years. Local characters and resources, we all know how important it is that you strive out the local character, diverse choice of accommodation, and that is everything what we believe you need for health and well-being. Okay, there are 50 natural spas in Slovenia that are certified, state certified, but now 12 are in our association. We have nearly 90 thermal springs. The thermal waters ranging from 24 degrees to 73. The hottest water is the northeastern part in the Prekmurje region. We have nearly 50,000 square meters of water surface, indoor and outdoor, 14,500 beds, and we represent 1/4 of Slovenian tourism. Now, The three main pillars of our spas is health, but everything started with the health and is still a strong pillar in some of the spas especially. The medical wellness, selfness, and aquafun and thermal programs that we have. We want to be something special, and each of the spas is definitely very special when it comes to the local, green, and boutique offer. We will go through our spas very fast as possible, so that we remain some time also for cooperation that we started and what I would like to present as well. Terme Laško, as I mentioned, is one of the resorts which has a very long tradition, but they, in the last 15 years, they are having a dual role. They built up a very luxury hotel, which is meant for wellness guests, and they remain the traditional spa with the medical department. The hottest water comes in Prekmurje, Moravske Toplice, known also as Terme 3000. Here we have a specialty. This is the black water. It is similar stories that we can find here in Croatia as well. They were trying to find and dig for petrol. Luckily, they found very high mineralized thermal water. We call it black water. And the patients or the guests really come for this black water because it's so unique. It is also here that the hottest water, 73, 74 degrees, has been found. And it is a therapeutic water, so you're supposed to stay there for 20 minutes. When it comes to a different offer, is definitely the highlight of the wellness offer in Slovenia is Terme Olimia. Mostly very well known also here in Croatia, because they have also one spa, Terme Tuchel, which is the sister company. It belongs to Terme Olimia. But Terme Olimia was 8 times in a row selected as the best wellness with their Orchidelia wellness part. And this is what you see on the picture, also state-of-the-art architecture. And the plans for the future are even more enthusiastic, so we take Terme Olimia always as a flagship of our health and spa resorts. A relatively new spa is actually based in our oldest town. Terme Ptuj has more than 1,000 years of existence by the name Poetovia in the Roman times. But the spa was erected here some 50 years ago, but also here with some new hotels and facilities. Mostly known, most likely in Croatia, is Terme Čatež, because it's the closest to Zagreb. It's considered almost like spa of the people of Zagreb. And it is the largest surface of thermal water, 12,500 meters, and a paradise for families and fun, aqua fun. Again, a traditional spa is Radenci, well known for its Radenska mineral water. And you see there are 3 hearts in the, I think this is the pointer or even not, in the logo. And this means that the spa is specialized in heart cardiovascular diseases. Dolenjske Toplice, again, a tradition of old medical spa and a new department for wellness, like this one in the hotel Balnea, with a wonderful experience also with the Japanese pool. And we come to Doberna, the oldest spa, with a wonderful park. More than 200 years it has been the thermal park, and designed after Feng Shui, already at that time a wonderful place to stroll after you have your treatments or you're enjoying it. Šmarješke Toplice, also a traditional spa located from Ljubljana towards Zagreb in the Dolenjska region. Thermal Spa Zreče is using the peat coming from Pohore mountain. Also this is mixed with thermal water and used for packages. Also here, a traditional, I would say, not such a long tradition, but combining the natural remedies what are around. To come to the coast with Thalassotherapia, wonderfully located in a preserved area and a park, which is also protected, and using the power of the sea. Now, we finally come to Thermal Spa Portorož, And this wonderful black color is the mud. This is the salina mud. If you can think on how beautiful the salt with the white color is, you cannot imagine that beneath the soil, when you dig that away, is this healing mud which is used for application, also for beauty programs.
Water, you, me, the essence, nature. Each and every day is the right time to slow down and take care of yourself. In green Slovenia, you are inspired to do just that, all year round in the best natural thermal spas and resorts. Holidays, time to rest. Touch. The world of luxury natural remedies calms you down and takes you to a place where you still know how to listen to yourself. Slovenian thermal spas await you with a holistic approach to health and wellness, with the help of proven natural healing resources and dedicated medical teams. Here you can feel every motion and nature tenderly pampering you. Here you can trust our experts to choose just the right way for you. Your way to well-being of body and mind. Set out on a journey to your inner self. Relax. Activate yourself. Discover the richness of healthy waters of Slovenia. Enjoy the beneficial warmth of Slovenian spas in your own way. Slovenian spas. Warmth that feels so good.
Warmth that feels so good. That is a wonderful idea, I think, an expression. It shows, and I wanted to showcase with this short video what the Slovenian Health and Spa Resorts are about. Now, one thing which I believe is the cooperation that we work and that we decided to work closer with the cluster of Kvarner. And I'm more than thankful for the invitation we got for a joint participation in a tender, joint candidature in the Interreg program Slovenia-Croatia. And when I saw this picture from the Kvarner cluster, I was so amazed because there, just where the O is one small island. It's called Male Srakane. And I tried to be there as much as possible because we have a weekend house there. So I was really thrilled when I saw this picture. Okay, what are we doing together actually? What is the aim of this cooperation? First, I mean, the main reason for joining is that we believe that also areas and health destination can definitely be one wonderful opportunity, as well as on the European market, but also wider, also through the overseas market. We definitely believe that this can be a great chance to attract through this certification program that we hopefully will achieve, and then for the next 3 years, 2.5 years, we'll be working closely together. I'm really thrilled about that. And I wanted to show you also one case, what we have done also in terms of the green development of Slovenia. You know, Slovenia is most likely one of the greenest countries with the certificate, with the awards we have received. And we came to the idea to make a sustainable program in connecting the spa or health destinations. So we also cooperated with all of the regional boards, the tourism boards, and of course, we strongly believe that Slovenia Green, the label Slovenia Green, is also a chance for the Slovenian spas. What is actually the Slovenia, what we have actually thought that what we will do, we call it the Slovenia Green Wellness Route. And it is a route that leads you actually to relaxation. In effect, what we tried to achieve is that we put the people's mind to change their habits. We have heard a lot of that yesterday with the presentation of Ayurveda. But we also believe transportation means can be also a new way of thinking. So we decided that we take this cycling route that connects 16 of the Slovenian health and spa resorts.
The Slovenia Green Wellness Route is a cycling experience that connects Slovenia's natural spas and wellness resorts. But it's more than that. It's a new way of seeing the country that's been called the world's most sustainable destination. Across this incredible route, the common theme is relaxation and rejuvenation. In other words, wellness. But the real message is Slovenia, sustainability, and how to see a country authentically, responsibly, and respectfully.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I've tried to be as short as possible. What to wish at the end? Not only let's stay healthy, stay together and visit each other as much as possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Altbauer. We really feel Slovenia right now because of your lecture. Wonderful video materials. Really, you can be proud of what you have. Thank you so much. And we are moving on to our next lecture. And this is Ivana Kolar. As the CEO and the owner of Julius Rose Business Consulting, Ivana Kolar has a rich expertise in the creation and implementation of business strategies, planning and development of wellness and thermal spas. Mrs. Kolar will explain how transformative power of collaboration can be by exchanging experiences, knowledge, and ideas, and by fostering alliances. We can collectively transform the sector, offering superior health services and wellness experiences to global travelers. Dear Miss Ivana, here you are.
Hello to everyone. It's not easy to talk about collaboration after Mr. Istok, since we can all learn from the experience of Slovenian spas that are working now for 50, 55 years. Istok, how many?
Since 1957.
Great, great. 55. Great. So I will tell you something today about transformative power of collaboration and fostering health tourism on the example of Health Tourism Association at Croatian Chamber of Economy. We all know that the global interest in health tourism is growing rapidly. Until 2030, there is approximation that the health tourism market will grow for 40%. The future market value will reach about 390 million euros, and until then we will have 5 million of new health tourists traveling, new health tourists. And for now, it's approximation that we have 14 million people who travel each year for some health issue. So the key question, not only for Croatia, but every health tourism destination, is where health tourism will be in 2030 and what part of the market can it reach. We heard a lot about Croatian health tourism yesterday. We will talk about it more, of course, today. But I think that is a question we can be asked for each destination and each country that's trying to foster health tourism. And in my opinion, collaboration have a significant role in realizing incredible potential of the health tourism sector, and it's all up to us how we will use it. I think that we all know about the importance of collaboration, but somehow we sometimes forget about this collaboration. Either we are maybe a little bit selfish and we are not so eager to share all our knowledge and benefits we gain through our experiences, and sometimes we are too focused on our own company, our own projects, and we forget that we should have some higher focus and higher goals. So collaboration within business association really every time increases the capabilities and competitiveness of individual organizations that are involved in such associations. Collaboration promotes industry growth, and it definitely enables members to jointly address challenges and opportunities more efficiently than they can have by each other. In my opinion, collaboration means sharing knowledge, learning from experience of each other, and exchanging ideas. I think that's why we are all here today at this conference. In a mean of Croatia, we can say that Croatia is finally ready to unleash its potential and accept the importance of health tourism. It's been somehow neglected through the years, because we always wonder, are we good enough to start doing more promotion and trying to gain some market share globally and in Europe. But if we see the Croatian health tourism, we can definitely say that we have extremely large potential. The quality of our offer is getting higher and higher, and we have high quality boutique clinics, highly specialized hospitals and rehabilitation clinics, and definitely the modern wellness centers that relies on natural remedies that Croatia is so rich in. And definitely we have great people, great experts, many great experts who are known outside the Croatian borders. And all our offer is available at affordable prices. So we are definitely competitive if we are watching ourselves in European or global market. But at the same time, we lack in cooperation and connection between health offer and tourism offer, and we lack in organized marketing and sales of health tourism, which is the most important thing. And this is why the Croatian Chamber of Economy decided to continue its Health Tourism Association, and we refounded recently, and this association actually worked for 20 years by now. And the main goal is to improve this situation and to foster health tourism development in Croatia. So actually the association serves as a platform from bringing together a diverse range of stakeholders, healthcare providers, tourism companies, wellness centers and government entities and other enthusiastic people who want to join us. And by uniting under the banner of collaboration, the point is that we collectively can shape the future of health tourism and foster development in the way we all think it's the best for Croatia. For this, we definitely need cooperation between different health institutions and on the other side, cooperation between health sector and tourism companies. So we have several goals in this association. First one is cooperation in general, so getting together. We have to network, we have to meet each other, we have to know each other, we have to have regular meetings, forums, workshops that we can exchange information, knowledge, ideas, and to understand ourselves better. We need partnership and open communication that we can understand more each other's needs and expectations of this development, and we definitely need joint education and training that can help us understand what's going on the global market, and by learning together, by visiting other destinations and by knowing the other successful business cases, we can definitely gain new creativity and new ideas what to do in Croatia. So the second goal is legislation analysis, and we cannot do anything about it if we don't work together. We all know that in the different European countries there are different definitions what is health tourism, which companies should be part of the health tourism, and then we have some misunderstandings in the nomenclature, what is wellness, what is spa, what is health, what is medical tourism. So it would be good to understand each other more and to make some general definitions what is what. The other thing that is very important is the keeping records. How many tourists come to Croatia each year for health reasons? At this time, we don't know anything about it. We can just have some approximations. But if we join our resources, if we join our recordings, then we can, in some time, we can start tracking what's going on actually on Croatian market with health tourism. Also, we need cooperation to make any proper analysis and benchmarking between ourselves, but also between other destinations and countries. So the third goal is definitely development. We have to, and we are all doing that, actually developing, improving our offer. But if we are going to do it together, we will go higher and wider, and are combining our offers. We can definitely prepare new products, we can gain new quality assurance, we can gain cost efficiency, make some innovations, because two heads are always smarter than one, and definitely gain resilience that we all need today. And final goal, and for me the most important one, is joint sales and marketing activities. By linking our offer into packages and health tourism products, we can definitely bring some new value to our guests, and joint promotion and marketing is the only way to make market expansion. If we are join our budgets, our creativity and our efforts, we will definitely be louder, and definitely more part of the world will know about Croatian tourism, health tourism. It would be good to establish some agency or a facilitator specialized in the sales of health tourism services, but it's necessary to combine it with tourism offer that Croatia is so rich in. I cannot go further by not mentioning the big challenge of high seasonality that is present in Croatia. It's present in the whole Mediterranean, but it's in Croatia, it's actually really, really high. Each year we have 100 million overnight in Croatia, but 80% of that happens during the 2.5 months, and only 4% of that happens in the continental part of Croatia, including Zagreb. So it's a great issue that health tourism can be one possible solution, because health tourism lasts through all the parts of the year, and travelers for health tourism don't pick summer for their main holiday. So in trying to finding the solution for this issue, we organized the Tourism 365 conference that happened recently for the 7th times. But at each conference, each year, there is one subject definitely that is repeating. It's health tourism as the solution. It's one of the solutions to expand Croatian short summer season. Health tourism can definitely contribute and positively influence tourism trends in Croatia by diversification of the tourism offer, by extending the tourism season in Croatia, by fostering economy results, since all that I mentioned that we would gain new customers, new guests that would travel through all the year. It would definitely have results on our economy. And then definitely promotion and branding of the destination, because integrated approach to promotion can increase the visibility of Croatia as a health tourism destination and attract a new segment of guests. So collaboration, what can I say more? Besides collaboration in the country, in the destination, it's very important to collaborate with other associations and other markets. So Croatian Health Tourism Association is already have a very rich cooperation with ESPA, European Spa Association, then CIHT, European Heritage Thermal Towns Association, Crikvenica Conference, ITB Berlin Medical Tourism 365, European HTI Summit that happens each year in Brussels, and others. I believe that we will surely make some cooperation with Slovenian Spas Association, but of course it's not the full list. We have to do it more. For conclusion, what to say, but from the kindergarten, everybody teaches us that 2 heads are smarter than 1, and that 4 hands can do much more than 2. So I think that's the only way to work together. By fostering collaboration, we can definitely create a healthier and more interconnected world, offering travels an exceptional blend of healthcare and hospitality that enriches their lives. Definitely, we all know that 1 + 1 is 2 only in mathematics. Everywhere else in life, 1 + 1 gains 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana, for sharing your experience and knowledge and for giving us such great concrete examples and advices. And now we're heading to our next lecturer that is unfortunately not here in person, but I think that we can see her online. Mrs. Simone Zagrodnik, can you hear us? Welcome,
Yes,
Simone.
good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
I can hear you.
We are happy to hear and see you, and we are looking forward to your lecture. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I'm so sorry for not being with you this morning. And thank you very much, Vladimir and Mariana, for having me and hosting me even online this year. Thank you. And after following my nice colleagues, Itztok and Ivana, I'm happy to bring you now the more European view from the European Historic Thermal Towns Association. Sorry, my camera is just now lacking. So I'm sharing my screen. I hope it works. Can you see it? I hope. So we're talking about networks this morning and collaborations, and I would like to introduce, first of all, quickly to the audience again, what the European Historic Thermal Towns Association is about. Just quickly, we are almost 15 years old now, and we are also certified as a cultural root of the Council of Europe. As a non-profit association, our members are municipalities and regional governments that are meeting certain criteria to be an active Historic Thermal Towns Association member. But also we have associate members that are related to the private public sector. The mission, this is just really as a quick look, it's the promotion and the safeguarding and protection of cultural thermal heritage, and of course the marketing and the enhancement of strategies, that is more or less written in our birth certificate, one of the sentences. So who are we talking about now? This year we are 50 members in 18 European countries, and we have now 2 international partners, one in the USA and one in Brazil. And so I remember when I was talking last year, I think we had 4 members less. So you see, we are expanding, and the membership situation is getting more, more positive. So what are we there for, and what is uniting us? And this is now what I'm speaking about today. Of course, the product of a thermal town is very special. I think, you know, in a very, or many of you, I don't have to explain much more. This is why I would like to keep this quite short. When we are promoting, when we are talking, of course, it is about the thermal heritage. It is about the spa culture. And the spa towns, we do have this really unique opportunity to play with the 2 pillars that are the cultural tourism, and that are, of course, the health tourism. And this great combination makes it really a unique possibility to collaborate and to really work together on a European level. And I do not need to go more into detail, you know, I think talking about these 2 pillars, because you are all well aware of it. And this is why I would like to just take it from this frame now, more to the talk of collaborations and you know, how we can all use our great potential together and reaching out from the European to the global level. And that's actually, I think, just following what Ivana just said a few minutes ago. So talking about this global dimension, I would like just to share with you the strategy, or how we have developed in the last 1.5 years, especially, you know, this understanding and this product of thermal towns in Europe. And one really big marking point was last year when we were signing a memorandum of understanding with the United Nations World Tourism Organization. So for us, it was, let's say, the big jump to reach out to the world. And as an affiliate member to UNWTO, it was significant, and it has been significant for us, because it enables us now to really work on a more global level. And I'm very happy also to mention at this point that Kvarner, the Kvarner region and Kvarner Tourist Board is also an affiliate member to UNWTO. So for us, you know, bringing thermal tourism really on the global agenda has been very significant. We see a lot of potential to share this not only with Europe, but also with the world. And one of the activities we have initiated now is the Thermal Tourism Congress. So last year we held it in Ourense in Spain, and now we are only a few days away from meeting each other in Nancy. It is the point to say, together we reach out and we discuss the thermal tourism and the tourism in spa towns in the world. And because we are a network of destinations and municipalities, we really consider it important to also talk, let's say, with with others and in our network together with the world. So looking at the global audience now and this global level, what does this really mean now coming back to our members and to the thermal destinations in the different countries? And I would just like to just show you a few points that are now our experience. Of course, EHTTA as a network is opening up, and we want to really get the word out there, and we want to make noise, and we want to let the world know that spa towns in Europe exist and this unique heritage and the destinations of health. But what does this mean on the local and national level, being part of such a network? And we are observing these challenges because now you are in Croatia, all other European countries, it's more or less the same. The majority of the national clients and neighboring countries, and not so often, especially smaller towns, do not have much experience in marketing and connecting to international markets, even overseas markets. So the challenge that we have been observing more and more is that there is the economic pressure to expand the activities, to reach out to new markets, to reach out to new target groups. But that is versus the lack of marketing funds and the budget and the opportunities let's say a spa town, a small spa town, for example, has. Talking about the pressure, of course, there's also the need to change the image and to look again for new markets. And maybe you saw it before in my slide. The challenge that all destinations have together is this: the change from curing and healing the sick and the old to more to prevention and more to let's say adding well-being aspects. At the same time, on the local and national level, the opportunities are clearly there to educate the locals, especially the locals. Is one of the tasks and one of the observations we have made, that it's so important to share with the locals the knowledge that they are living in a spa town and that is really a privilege and it's a very special place. So the opportunity to create an authentic experience with the locals for themselves and for visitors is clearly there. And what has been discussed many conferences, in many occasions, of course, this new trend in general to add experience, for example, to classic health or even medical services, that the clients really want to see more of the destinations they are even staying in for health reasons. So the opportunity to open for new markets is definitely there. And giving you an example of creating visibility and making this accessible for locals and on a local and national level, we have started to pick up an idea, or not even an idea, a movement from our French colleagues in France, in Route des Villes d'Eau du Massif Central, so in the central Massif region. They have created this movement called the Bathrobe Addicts. And we have implemented this idea in our meetings and in our events in Spain last year. Then this year we went to Berlin, ITB, and from there we went to Baden by Wien. And you see the last pictures here on the very right side. These are the pictures from Baden by Wien, where really the local community was watching us walking around in bathrobes and making noise, to really get that feeling out there and share it with the world. So this is, let's say, on the local and the national level, that are where we can see challenges and opportunities when it comes to the promotion and this network activity. I forgot that. One slide is from ITB Berlin. Of course, again, opening up, and sharing with the world, and in this case, B2B. Our transnational product was this year won the first time that we went in such a dimension to ITB Berlin, and where all the members had the opportunity to contribute first to concrete offers, where we had a brochure with tourism packages, but also really meet or take the opportunity for B2B meetings in the framework of the association's appearance. Now coming to the general challenges and opportunities for us as an association with this promotion. I mentioned it again, the experience is very, very difficult on a destination level, different, sorry. And at the same time, we are also observing different levels of cooperation with national tourist offices, which is also super different, you know, depending on sometimes on towns, on countries. And that makes it, for us as a European association, not easy to develop, let's say, common strategies with all the national tourist offices or on a really European level. And what I also have to say is that the product knowledge on a national tourist office level is very, very different also about the thermal towns, spa towns in general, because of course there are many more often promoting the big towns, you know, the let's say if it's Paris or Barcelona or Madrid or Zagreb. But coming down, or breaking it down to the smaller destinations can be really, really difficult, and the product knowledge, you know, if you look outside of Europe, is then very limited. So if we are promoting cross-border products, it is really a challenge for all of us, the destinations and also for the national tourist offices. I'm going a bit deeper now into this. The opportunities are clearly there because the spa towns, thermal towns are a surprising discovery apart from those large capitals and those large cities. That is clear. It's more for the European and the global market. And the chance, the opportunity to combine culture and health is clearly there. So I do not need to, I think, repeat this. Discovering, let's say, one destination in one country can also be a great opportunity to discover more and to be more curious. So talking about the transnational promotion, I would like to now share with you what I actually introduced last year, I think. This year, we have done our second fem trip for the North American tourism trade, together with Visit Europe. It was co-funded by the European Union, and we had a super positive start in 2022. And this year, we realized a fem trip to Croatia and to Italy. And at this point, I really have to say that this was a great example, and this is why I'm sharing this with you today. It was a great example to combine our three member towns, CIHT from Croatia, Varaždinske Toplice, Lipik and Daruvar, with Opatija, which is a health destination. And we clearly said, you know, in this case, the support from the National Tourist Office was absolutely fantastic, and it was clear to introduce Croatia as a health tourism destination and just take the opportunity when we have those agents there to show them, of course, let's say a non-member to our cultural route, to our association, because it just was more about telling the story. And to share with you a little bit of the results and give you some more insights, the experience we have had is that what I said before, it was more important to show spa towns in the continental part and at the coast in general as these destinations of well-being and health and culture, really to get those agents more inspired to really share with them destinations that they have not heard about. And add, in this case, it was just great tradition and gastronomy experience, for example. So what you see there is just quickly above some original feedback that we got. Nothing but positive things about this fam trip. Eye-opener, great people in Croatia with strong work ethics, and Opatija was a fantastic discovery, a gold standard. So that was just as a quick feedback. One slide, and the other one was to say, and this is at this point really from my side also a very big thank you, not only to the Croatian Tourist Office, which really did a tremendous job in supporting us, but also to my members. I know that at least one of them is in the audience today from Darua, my colleague Ratko, and I have at this point, I have to say this is exactly, it was about this. They had the courage to invite and to host those agents, not really engaged and not really experienced in the North American market before, but it just showed, you know, that it takes courage, it takes the vision to say we invite agents, we host them, even if we maybe know that the outcome is coming maybe in 3, 4, 5 years. And here it showed that everybody was so excited, and still today we get the feedback to say these are destinations where we come back. And if I now just mention Daruvar and the brewery, for example, that was an experience that they tell me today, yes, we enjoy the landscape, we enjoy this spa town feeling, and we combine it with in this case, a culinary experience. So that was really, let's say, encouraging and a great feedback, a great learning for all of us. And in the end, this also encouraged us to now go further and have in 2024 a Spa Heritage Conference at one side, but also a B2B meeting opportunity to introduce our spa towns, our thermal towns to the North American market in the United States. In Saratoga Springs, we are going to have this conference in October. And again, it is that the network is moving forward, giving the members the opportunity to participate themselves, you know, opening doors to them that they individually could never take, or at least they could have the opportunity to be present through their national tourist offices. So this is something we are working on at the moment to prepare, it's again the next step, let's say, to get the word out there that there's a fantastic European heritage. So coming to the end, the takeaways, I think, you know, from the last minutes for you should be that as an association, we really try to create the opportunities for our members. And even though the national or the national or local strategies are different, the individual benefits from the network activities can be taken. Don't have to be taken, but can be taken. And this is now coming back again quickly to the fan trip. I think it shows that we are talking about European heritage, and if it's now a thermal town or in general a spa town, in this case like Opatija, it is really important to tell the story. So because we all have the same challenges, we all of them have you know, the same, let's say they are all sitting in the same boat. And with this last slide, I think that makes it very clear, because whatever a spa town has and what is significant about it is just uniting. And with this, I just also believe that whatever are at the end, you know, some little differences, if we're promoting the European spa culture together, everybody is stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simone, for your brilliant lectures, and congratulations for this news for the future, great plans for the future. And please stay with us because we're going to need you in this panel discussion session. So don't go away, please, because we have a lot of work to be done yet. And now we're coming to another international guest, all the way from the USA, Mrs. Paula Wilson. Wilson, Senior Director of Financial Governance and Business Risk Advisory, VMarsh Healthcare, is with us today. Hello and welcome. We will find out more about the U.S. role of government in ensuring a successful and safe medical tourism enterprise. Mrs. Wilson,
thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for that introduction. Such a pleasure to be here today in Crikvenica. I think I'm close. 3 more times and I'm going to get it. So my name is Paula Wilson and I'm with VMarsh as described, and my role today is to talk to you about the governmental side, the regulatory side, and regulatory issues associated with medical tourism, some of the trends, but particularly some of the key issues that all of us who are working in this area need to be aware of. And I think one thing that's been really impressed upon me in the last couple of days, my first trip to Croatia, not my last, a gorgeous country, but with a really thoughtful government approach to medical tourism. I have worked in the medical tourism field. I've worked in accreditation, actually. I was the CEO of Joint Commission International for 11 years, and we were an accreditor. We did not really have a specific interest in medical tourism, but we found that internationally, or countries and organizations, specifically hospitals, were pursuing accreditation by JCI and other accreditors because they wanted to be able to attract patients from other countries through medical tourism efforts. So it's been interesting to see the development of medical tourism over the last 20 years, actually, and how it's really becoming a more formal infrastructure of laws and regulations. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what's happening in Croatia, which I learned about yesterday, which I found very impressive in terms of where this country is and what a leader you are in many respects. One other side note I have to mention is that I'm from New York State, and I currently live in New York City, but I actually grew up in a place called Albany, New York, which is 50 kilometers south of Saratoga Springs. And the last thing I expected to hear today is that an international conference on health and wellness and historic thermal sites is from the state where I grew up and not too far from where I actually live. So maybe go back to Saratoga next year and go to that conference. So let's get started. Just a couple of words about VMarsh. We are a consulting company. We have a very broad reach in terms of countries where we work and offices, places where we have offices, but we provide a variety of health advisory services. Can I go back there a little bit? Nope. Okay, 1 second. Sorry. And this is just information about us and where we are, what we do, who we work with. But as I said, we are a healthcare consulting company with business development, medical tourism, quality and safety, accreditation preparation, a variety of services that brought us here today. So why this topic? Why are we talking about regulatory infrastructure for medical tourism? You saw the numbers on an earlier slide today. This is a growing phenomenon in the world. In most instances, it is not highly regulated. It's evolved on its own as people started to travel in order to access health care, usually because the country of origin had long wait lists or did not provide the services they wanted, or in the case of like Americans especially, healthcare is very expensive, and even if you have health insurance, it's often unaffordable, so people travel in order to get the care. A regulatory approach to this and the importance of regulation in terms of medical tourism, you have to kind of think about what happens as a patient. Healthcare in general can be a risky operation. You go to a hospital anywhere, you go for services anywhere, there is a possibility that mistakes will be made. So you're in a risk environment to begin with, and then when you add the notion of travel to that risk, it becomes very important that people in the government in particular are looking at what's happening, how do we mitigate that risk, and how do we help make medical travel as safe as possible. And so this presentation today is really directed at where are we and what we need to think about from a regulatory perspective. I want to start with the education and qualification of healthcare providers. And I've been looking at this in terms of this speech today, in terms of the country of origin as opposed to the country of destination. And so it's really important to think about who are the people who are doing the care of patients, particularly in the healthcare country of the destination country where people are going. So I've got a few points on this one. So one is, and I knew I was going to do that wrong. Sorry. So what we are talking about here is two aspects of it. One is how do you are the destination country. People are coming here for healthcare services. So what are the standards, the licensure rules, the regulatory infrastructure that identifies and surrounds the education and certification and licensure of professionals in your country? So specifically, we're talking mostly about doctors and nurses and other therapists that go through an education process, a licensure process. So how does your country look, and how does it look compared to the countries where your patients are coming from? Patients who are traveling are going to have expectations about who's treating them, what their degree of expertise is, and so being prepared to understand where you stand, how you compare to other countries where patients are coming from, and being aware of, do you have the right requirements and certifications and education requirements for the staff working in the country where the medical tourism is being provided. Another issue important around education and qualification of healthcare is making sure, in addition to patients, we have a lot of physicians and nurses traveling. In the United States, we have a large source of doctors and nurses who have been educated in a country other than the United States. This is not uncommon. Patients are traveling and providers are traveling. So if you are a country where you're having now inflow of patients and an inflow of doctors and nurses that want to work in your country, you need to know who they are. And so one of the things that is required by Joint Commission, for example, is primary source verification activities. In that regard, you identify who this person is. Did they really go to medical school? Do they have the qualifications that they claim, both from a nursing, doctor, and other therapeutic perspectives? And one of the things we discovered as I was working with Joint Commission International, is that sometimes a doctor in the United States or some other country might lose their license for medical malpractice purposes. And at that point, they start to look to work in other countries. And so you have a high risk of somebody moving to work in your country who may have lost their privileges in the country where they're from. So primary source verification is important to understand, to make sure you know who's coming in and that they have the credentials that you want them to have. Speaking of accreditation, it's a great opportunity and an important part of medical travel. As I mentioned before, a lot of organizations, hospitals specifically, go through an accreditation process because they believe, and it's true, that to a great extent, patients know to look for that. And I'm not here to say which accreditation organization is better than the others. My experience is all of them are pretty good. The issue is there's about 40 that do some type of healthcare accreditation around the world. So you may have a destination country where it has its own accreditation program, and then the hospitals are getting accredited by international accreditors, and patients come from a different country where it might be other types of accreditation. The point of this whole issue is to be aware. There's no one rule here, but understand where you are as a country from an accreditation perspective, whether or not you want to embrace a particular type of accreditation or a specific accreditor, knowing where your patients are coming from and what their expectations are in regard to accreditation. All of those are things that a country getting into the medical tourism business needs to think about in terms of their regulatory infrastructure. Medical travel brokers and the potential for risk associated with people who are also involved in the business of medical travel. So in this perspective, I'm looking at medical travel brokers, the online websites, businesses that assist with travel, all of those related professions to medical travel in your country. How do you know who's good, who's not so good, do you need to certify some of these people? Do you want to have that kind of infrastructure inside of your government? Or do you think that you can use a different source of certification? But the point of this slide is don't just ignore this and think everything's okay. There's a risk associated with these types of businesses. I think most of them are really good, but not all of them are. And being savvy about who's working in your country, and do you know enough about them, and do you want to even think about credentialing them in some way to making sure that you're creating a safe environment for the patients who come to your country for care. The legal issues associated with medical travel are a whole series of them, which I cannot see. Let me just see if the next slide. Good. There we go. All right. So there are a lot of legal issues associated with medical travelers and things that governments need to be aware of and prepare for as they embark on an initiative of medical tourism, or you may already be doing a lot in the area of medical tourism, but thinking about these. One of the big issues is medical malpractice. And you need to look at this both from, again, the country of origin versus the country, the destination country for the medical services. The United States, the medical malpractice employs literally probably several million lawyers, thousands and thousands of lawyers. Our expertise, we have a very, very complicated system of medical malpractice laws. It differs from state to state. We have an aggressive legal profession that looks for opportunity in terms of medical malpractice, and we have a pretty active patient population. That's not always typical in places around the world, but you need to understand what are the laws of your country around medical malpractice. How are they different from the ones where the patients are coming from? And how do you reconcile and do dispute resolution around medical malpractice? Because it will happen. There will be mistakes. Patients will sue. And so from a government perspective, you need to be prepared for that and understand what you need to do to have a solid and a very high integrity medical malpractice procedures in your country. You need, particularly about dispute resolution. Where will this medical malpractice lawsuit be resolved? Patient privacy, another issue that is important from a regulatory perspective. In the United States, we have a huge series of laws that protect the medical information of a patient. Do you have something like that similar here? Patients expect that their medical records will be kept secret, that there will be they don't have to worry about people finding about why they went for care and what happened and all of the things associated with that. So it's not everybody has privacy laws. So you need to think about, do you need regulations? Do you need practices? What is your status compared to what the patient expectations are going to be? The patient needs to understand their care. So you want informed consent. They need to understand what the service is, the risks associated with the service. Are there alternatives? Is there something else that they should be aware of? But all of these legal issues are important because not doing these types of things with patients can create risk for the organization. I have here immigration. Immigration is important because you want to make it easy for a patient to get in and out of your country with a low degree of hassle and make it easier for them to come and leave in terms of their care. Also, the exchange of medical records is another important part of this particular issue. I have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left, and I'm going to take a couple extra if that's okay. So, issues in destination countries, and I'm going to not really look. I'm going to move on a little bit here to move it along. I was really impressed yesterday by a couple of things. I had a chance to meet the Minister of Tourism and the Minister of Health yesterday. And I think that they represent a really important model for medical tourism outside of Croatia. First of all, they are on the same page, as we say. They're not competing, they're collaborating. This country has produced a piece of legislation that helps define what medical tourism looks like in Croatia. And they're now in the midst of working on the regulations that will be the infrastructure of that law. No other country that I'm aware of, and it doesn't mean it doesn't, but they are really, this country is taking medical tourism to a different level from a regulatory perspective and is a leader in that regard. And the key thing here is, as I said, there's a team effort at the ministry level. In many other countries, you have a minister for economics or finance, a minister for tourism, a minister for health, and they have competing goals. They're competing on the finance people, tourism people, they want money, they want patients, and the health minister is concerned about the health and safety of the patients. A healthy medical tourism country is where those people are working together. And I think there's a really interesting case study in Croatia to show how that works and how it can help a lot of other countries in that respect. This is a key issue. And one place where we've seen have a country that had problems and has resolved them with legislation is Israel. And I know things are really different today in Israel than when this first happened. But in 2017, they are a medical travel destination. A lot of Eastern Europeans go there for care. About 30,000 patients go to Israel, a very small country. Not that many hospitals, but they do have public hospitals and they do have private hospitals. And before they did the legislation, what was happening is people were coming, they were paying private hospitals a lot more than what the public hospitals were getting. And one of the big risks about medical tourism in any country is that it starts to have a negative impact on the public health system for the citizens of the country. So there's a risk that people who work at the public health system will go into the private health sector to make more money where medical tourism revenue is. It also affects the capacity and wait times for citizens in the country. And so you don't want to end up where you've got a really powerful medical tourism business and now you have undermined and actually made your citizens in a system that's weaker than it was before you did the medical tourism effort. And what Israel's done is said, okay, we're going to make money, we're going to charge more. Private hospitals are going to make money on these medical tourists, but some of that money is going to be redirected and paid into the public health system to help with capacity and wait times. They've also created a database. They're looking at revenues, they're looking at health data to really understand this and be able to adapt and adjust over time. So I think that, again, Croatia, with the way they've created an infrastructure of regulations for health tourism, places like Israel were creating models where it can be a helpful, not just for an individual hospital, but for the whole country. I think these are models that have a lot of application, a lot of opportunity for countries as they think about whether or not they want to get into the medical tourism business, because it's more complex than you think. I'll do quickly, these are really important issues, but there are a lot of ethical issues around tourism. Procedures are legal in one country, they're not legal in another country. Resolving those discrepancies, I think most people are familiar. There are a lot of risks around organ transplants and how organs are harvested, where they're harvested. The government has a responsibility to make sure that those kinds of transactions in medical processes have a high degree of integrity. And as I said, competition at the local level for scarce resources. And I'm going to finish with this international harmonization. I did not make that up. There is a conversation going on now between the WHO, the United Nations, and the World Trade Organization to think about medical tourism as a global issue. And really the basic question is, do we need global standards and global processes and global collaboration so that we don't have every country creating a set of standards and processes? It's very difficult to get agreement around regs and regulations and statutes between and among countries. I live in a place, we have 50 states and we don't agree. There's 50 ways to license a doctor in the United States, quite frankly. So it's very difficult to bring alignment between these. But I think this conversation is one that we need to watch and be a participant in, and hopefully it will help all countries have a higher level of understanding and regulatory integrity as they pursue an increase in their medical tourism business. So I'll close there and I'll be on the panel for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. That was really interesting, and thank you for the nice words about Croatia. We hope that you're right and that we will be the bright example for future. And now is the time for the panel. So please, Ms. Wilson, take your position here in the panel table, let's put it that way. And I'm also inviting all the other guests, Mr. Altbauer, Ivana Kolar, Simone, and Paula Wilson to take their positions here in the panel. And I'm also inviting Mr. Vladimir Mozetic, one of the organizers of this conference, to moderate the show because he has prepared some very tough and difficult, provocative questions. So please, good luck.
Thank you, Ida, for that. Good luck. Good day to all. As you may see, my voice is from yesterday evening time, which means it was great time, as Istok mentioned previously. So as we all see, we have some combination of local, regional, national, continental and intercontinental approaches to the health tourism, and we mixed several types of health tourism. One is wellness, well-being, lifestyle. Another part is common healthcare we use. So, Simone, first question for you. Unfortunately, you are not with us, and as you mentioned, I hope that next year you will be with us. You mentioned two things which are really interesting. First of all, if we want to roll the whole idea forward, we need to be aware that local citizens knows the privilege to stay in the region who offers that way of life. So, what is your opinion about how we need to learn local citizens to be aware of that? And second question is how you see the possibility to combine continental spa with thalassotherapies on the seaside, which it's a really interesting idea you mentioned last time you've been on CIHT. Sorry, we need
yes,
your...
I should unmute myself.
Now it's okay.
Okay, thank you, Vladimir. Well, first question, the local citizens. That is really something that is more and more of our concern, and where we really want to engage. So, I think it really is about concrete actions to take on the local level. It can be small events. So, for example, some of our towns, we have initiated also one event format. It's called Café of Europe. So, as a network, we are as a guest in one of the towns, but actually it's the town itself to pick a topic. And then, let's say we had, for example, music in Spa Town last time. In Baden-Baden, and then the public is invited to follow a certain program and learn about the history and the heritage in their own town related to other towns in Europe. So I think understanding and making a local understand by an event, by an exhibition, you know, learning with the children in the school. They are in a spa town, talk to them about the heritage and the history, but also make them understand they are part of something bigger that is not only in the country, but in this case in Europe, in the continent, and maybe in the world. So many concrete actions that can be taken on a local level by, you know, culture department, tourism, tourist office. That's the possibility.
And the second question was about the cooperation between continental thermal spas and the thalassotherapies and thermas on the seaside.
Yes. And you know, just following this idea to say there is something part of something bigger, and I think the example of our FEM trip has really shown this, because together with the Croatian National Tourist Office, and in this case specifically for North America, it was clear we want to tell the story of the country and to connect the countries, and we want to say, you know, there is the offer of spa towns in the continental part, which maybe brings attributes and great advantages, like, for example, gastronomy experience, combine it with active tourism, bike tourism, etc. But also say, and the same phenomenon of history and heritage and a health destination is happening at the seaside, but in this case maybe in combination with other products. And it is at the end, I think, really to say we are promoting a phenomenon. We are promoting together European heritage, and be it hot water or be it seawater, for at the end, you know, is a difference, but it is part of something bigger. And I think this is really the most important idea behind to promote it.
Okay, if we stay on European level, that's the question, next question for the Istok or the other who want to introduce. If we are, due to some investigations which are made, 12% of European citizens already use medical services outside of the state of origin, which means that we are now talking about around 50 million inhabitants, and the intention is that 53% of European citizens wants to do that, which means that we are talking about 250 million possible customers. So the international cooperation or cooperation between European countries is definitely something which we need to focus on. And that project you mentioned about the certification of the destination and the collaboration between the regions is really important. So just go a little bit deeper in that presentation of the project.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. To showcase on Slovenia's example, in Slovenia we have 50% of the guests coming from the international market, and 50% is domestic. So we depend on the international market, and this is the fact that you cannot rely on the domestic market itself. I know that the percentage in Croatia in overall tourism or in health and spa tourism is also much bigger on the international level. But I think that with joint programs, also what, for example, we do together, the Croatian tourist board and the Slovenian tourist board, they were just returning back from US with a joint workshop. So it means we have potential, although we are two, let's say, competitors on one side, but it is the same product that we are addressing, especially the need to the overseas market, I believe, where the knowledge is different. An American citizen or a guest has a completely different expectation when it comes to health and spa tourism, because even in terms they would speak about hot springs, and for them this tradition that we have in Europe is something that is of course not known. And this is one thing which also Simona mentioned: education, 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 cooperation, education. This is the only way. And then a wonderful thing what Simona said was marketing, and with this mix together we can get in the future the results which were shown as the rise which is in the potential of the health, spa and well-being tourism.
So we now talking about different markets. If you are talking about the European markets, the Europeans are much more aware about the spas and the thalassotherapy and European way of treating. We as a cluster have the same experience with the American market, with the collaboration with the Association of Croatian American Professionals as a project of lifestyle medicine, which is completely different with classical medical care. But on the other hand, Paula, you mentioned in last slide that internationalization of the protocols, it's probably something which will not go on the way we think about, because we have lots of differences in approaches. So which is your final view? How we can approach to the protocols which are suitable for most of us?
Well, as I said, I think there's a conversation going on, and it's global. It's not just European. It's not just the North America, Asia Pacific. It's those global companies like the WHO thinking about this from a patient safety perspective more than anything. And I think that, as I said, I don't think there's one standard that necessarily fits when you think about the differences between culture and capacity and things like that. But there should be some minimum. For example, going back to professionals and the education standards, are there some minimal standards that should be global in terms of what represents a physician or what represents a nurse? What I hear you saying is you're worried that there will be some kind of global infrastructure imposing rules on this country that are not consistent with what your needs and wants are. Is that what you're asking?
I'm not afraid of it because it wasn't work. So it will not work because we need to have some specialities about the regions which we are talking about, but we need to communicate due to different legal, cultural medical approaches. So how we can fix it? That's a very important question, because we want to have international market on it.
So some of this is going to be what the patient's looking for. You know, they may have enough information that if the standards in a particular country are not what they're used to at home, they're going to find a country where they are, and that exists today. It's not. There are only a few things that the U.S. does. The U.S. is a huge healthcare. No country has $3 trillion being spent on healthcare every year. Much of it questionable in terms of need, but there, you know, people come to the United States sometimes because there's only one doctor in the world that does a particular procedure. Medical tourism is not really an issue in the U.S. We export more than we import because of the cost of healthcare. But what I'm saying here is that there might be an opportunity for certain things that there is a global standard. Perhaps in licensure issues, perhaps in, it would be interesting to have some kind of discussion about organ transplants and crossing borders for those kinds of procedures. I understand that each country has its own culture and its own norms and things that have to be respected, and I don't think you can ever undo that. But I think the conversation about, are there 3 things that are the same no matter where you go? And those things are really related to the safety and the actual value of the healthcare being provided. Does that help?
Yeah, I hope not just to me, to all of us. Ivana, you mentioned in you show us on your last slide that mathematics in health tourism, it's not always as we learn at the school. So I like that you emphasize again what it means, the national body for the health tourism, because we have different experience about it. And another part is how the state need to help us in not just legal part, the financial part of the promotion at all, because we have the examples from the states who have that kind very good organized.
Thank you for the question. Well, Croatia is very rich actually in potentials of healthcare development, and only in this association for now we have 35 members, and we hope we will have more. But we have medical clinics, we have rehabilitation centers, we have wellness centers, we have 2 agencies, we have several hotels. So all that we need for growing some unique, different, special and complete packages of health tourism. And I would like to refer to the question you asked, Simone. In Croatia, we are very divided if we are looking at the coast and the inlands. And as I said earlier, that 80% of our tourism results is happening on the coast. But medical tourism or health tourism is definitely the way that we can change that. We can connect to each other, and we can organize some joint products. My background is in the biggest spa in Croatia, Terme that I was CEO for 13 years almost. And actually we tried to combine our products, wellness products, with some other health tourism products in the coast and prepare joint products for some people from Europe, from guests from different countries. Also we did that with our mother company, Terme that Istok mentioned, and we prepared the programs of 1 vacation in 2 countries. So we offered the guests to spend their health tourism vacation in 2 countries, combining our offers and our products, because it's similar and we have lots of in common, and we can continue the process we started at one destination. We can continue for the guests at the other destination, and that's for me that's a great potential for further development here, definitely. And you asked me about the government. Actually, I'm a more of a person that thinks that we on the field have to work most, and what government can do, they can make some proper legislation who won't boundaries us, who won't make the burden, but that will help us to further our development. And actually right now we have some issues about what is what and who is who, and I hope we will find the right way through it and find the best solutions for everybody. But definitely the state can help us with financing the programs for developing the sectors that needs help and they have great potential. And actually right now is going on a big fund with the Ministry of Tourism that is putting a lot of money into continental and health tourism projects. One part we know what will happen, and for the other part of the fund we're still waiting for the right answers. But I think that it cannot be the only one-time thing, that the state should help us more and continue helping us to make bigger and faster steps, because all that we have to do it much bigger. We have to put everything, all our efforts in the higher gear. And the one more thing is that this great summer tourism that helps Croatia, on the other side, puts some shadow on the rest of the part of the land, because all eyes are pointed to the sea. And besides, it's so great, it's so good, it's so beautiful, and the other part of Croatia is actually a little bit in the shadow, and we have to be louder to get through the investors to show that there is great potential investing in health tourism and in the continental part of Croatia.
So thank you for your question, because I mentioned that because our cluster, it's a combination of diversity, is beautiful region, which means that we try to use the inland part of our region in a complete offer of what we have it here, but we know that we are too small for the bigger market. In other hand, that's the reason why yesterday both ministries were, representative of the ministries were here to show in which way it's going on, and which is very important that members of the Association of Croatian Economic Chamber, as well the members of the cluster, are in the working groups of the ministries, and they push it very much forward. So Istok, it's left the explanation about that project. We have it about the certification of the destination. So just to explain a little bit more what we want to do. One is the certificated destination in medical part, but other part it's about the certificate of quality of water, quality of food, quality of touristic programs. So what do you think that program can share between cross-border healthcare providers?
Oh yes, I'm very sure about that. Otherwise, we wouldn't even think of jointly participate because there, if I'm right, 5 companies from Slovenia, or regional tourist boards, and one advisory member that all would like to participate from each side, because we are actually representing 12 health and spa resorts. But for example, Isola Tourist Board is on the Slovenian coast, also participating from their point of view, although they don't have any spa there, but they have this beneficial climate, they have the sea, they have gastronomy that they develop, and all these segments, I believe, can be one part to this beautiful idea, and we again can show that cooperation between, let's say, neighboring countries can really result to a great thing, and this is what the idea is, and what that is what we believe and think that definitely can work. And then the next step, of course, is to go with this idea internationally and start educating first on our ground the stakeholders, and then go with this idea and market it as one of the results.
We need to say that it's a pilot project. It's the first like this on the global level, so that will be interesting to see how to cooperate 7 companies from Croatia or from our region, as well as 5 from Slovenia.
Yep.
Shall we have some questions from the audience online or here on site? If not, we will conclude this. Oh, yes, Ognan. Yeah, please, Ognan. The microphone will come now.
I just want to be before the coffee, but 1 minute, and I have a question for Istok. So we talked about measurement, because if you measure something, you can improve it, and what's measured gets done. So our problem is measurement of people coming for health tourism. Is this the same problem as it is in Slovenia? And maybe for Paul as well, US, how do you track this? 1 minute each, and then we go get the coffee. Okay? Say yes. Yes. Okay.
We are lucky that we have the association, and with our association, we every month collect the data from our staff, from our members, so we know exactly how many overnights, how many guests from which country are coming. We know exactly how many patients we have that are paid by the National Health Insurance Company. So this is definitely one of the roles that the association has. 1 minute.
Okay, great. And the law, is it must, or it's voluntary that they do it by themselves?
We as an association are independent from the government. We are founded by the members, and the members decided that they want to have this data, and this data are meant only internal.
Okay, so no law, we can do it ourselves.
Prescription.
Okay, thank you. Paula, thanks.
I am not aware of any data specifically about people traveling to the United States. I'm sure individual hospitals keep track of that. Because of the expense, it is so expensive in the US, we do have people that travel to the US for care. And it's because of our incredibly big biomedical research industry. So there might be a particular disease, and there's only one physician in the world that knows the procedure to help that person. And those folks, there's not that many, will travel to the US, one of the big academic medical centers for that, and it's a private pay basis. There's no insurance involved usually, I think, in those instances. But it's not a really day-to-day business in the average hospital in the United States.
So, thank you. First of all, we show that we need to collaborate from the regional, national, and international level, and we need to use our knowledge as well as the technology. So that's the reason why we have our part 4 after the coffee break. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Ivana. Thank you, Istok. And Ida, please conclude this part.
Panel, and also the host of our next panel. So one big round of applause for all of the guests here on the stage. Half an hour coffee break, and then we will come back. We'll dive more into technologies and health tourism, AI, robotics, and microplastics. Joshko is going to tell us something more about that, and hope to see you in half an hour. Thank you.
My office. So am I. Nobody likes them.
Yeah, they're all the same.
We're shooting an adventure movie. We're looking for an untouched paradise. We need sea, but it has to be crystal clear. We want marvelous sandy or pebble beaches, preferably both. Breathtaking horizons and mountain peaks. Fairy tale-like lakes, wild forests, rivers, waterfalls, gorges. We need magic. Can you do it?
Yeah, I've already got something.
And the rest?
Buongiorno, is this location manager?
On a high level.
Fantastico. Allora,
We are shooting a family movie and we need a location. Oh, sorry, is this a good moment?
Perfect.
We are looking for a scent of history and culture. Castles, old towns, old buildings, theaters.
So we are filming this road movie and we are in a search of beautiful landscapes.
Hallo, hallo.
Wir
machen einen Mystery-Film und wir brauchen etwas enigmatisch oder so intrigant. Come on, man. We need action. We need those locations.
Hello.
Hello, dear. It's me again. This time we want to shoot some kind of romantic comedy.
Of course.
And we have the most famous actresses.
Draga,
and actors on
ako ti nije problem.
Što želiš da slikam?
Što god hoćeš.
Ovo je Farma dolina.
kompleks koji dominira vizurom ulaska u grad Rijeku i mjesto gdje zaposlenici JGL-a stvaraju visoko kvalitetne farmaceutske proizvode i stvaraju našu priču. A naša priča je počela 1991. godine. Od tada smo razvojem novih proizvoda i osvajanjem novih tržišta postigli transformaciju iz malog lokalnog laboratorija u snažnog i brzorastućeg igrača na internacionalnom tržištu farmaceutike. Zasluge za ovakav streloviti rast idu zaposlenicima JGL-a, koji se nalaze i izvan granica Hrvatske. 10 zemalja, ali jedan tim. Oni su strastveni, inovativni, stručni, ambiciozni, angažirani, posvećeni poslu i željni postizanja novih vrhunaca u farmaceutskoj industriji. Stvaraju u okruženju u kojem timski rad nije slovo na papiru, u kojem se cijene i grade dobre ideje, a cijeni se i hrabrost potrebna za njihovo pokretanje. Njegujemo okolinu u kojoj zaposlenici mogu postići ravnotežu između poslovnog i privatnog, u kojoj osoba nije kotačić, nego čini razliku i vidi plod svojega rada. Svaki put do vrha počinje u dolini, a naš počinje u ovoj. Mjestu gdje se vrhunska sterilna proizvodnja susreće sa znatiželjnim i kreativnim duhom, a spoj znanosti, naprednih tehnologija i poduzetničkog duha stvara kvalitetu koja se prepoznaje. JGL. Vrhunska farmaceutika kreće iz Farma doline.
When you come to Croatia, you have to refresh your mind by the pool.
And heal your body in our thermal spas.
You have to enjoy a massage by the sea.
And regain your smile in any of our dental clinics.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to swim here.
Relax there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of well-being, full of life.
If microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris. No microplastics, no worries.
Poliklinika Terme u srcu Mediterana u mjestu Selce, povijesnoj lokaciji 100 metara od mora. Terme Selce je prva privatna ustanova za rehabilitaciju i zdravstveni turizam u Hrvatskoj, koju su osnovali 1989. primarijus Ivan Brozičević i doktorica Vlasta Brozičević. Sa svojim stručnim timom primjenjuju holistički pristup u radu s pacijentima svih životnih dobi. O uspjehu Termi Selce svjedoči preko 30.000 zadovoljnih pacijenata iz 86 zemalja svijeta i 6 kontinenata. Svoje povjerenje poklonili su nam i vrhunski sportaši. Više od 120 olimpijskih, svjetskih i europskih šampiona zaštitni su znak Poliklinike Terme Selce. Poliklinika Terme Selce je stekla izniman ugled u zemlji i svijetu, zahvaljujući individualiziranim visokostručnim programima rehabilitacije i fizikalne terapije. Naš tim čini 44 visoko kvalificiranih stručnjaka, od liječnika specijalista, medicinskih sestara, fizioterapeuta, psihologa, kineziologa, nutricioniste i masera u suradnji sa vodećim hrvatskim i svjetskim ortopedskim i traumatološkim bolnicama. Prateći ritam i potrebe modernog čovjeka, Poliklinika Terme Selce daje novu kvalitetu zdravstvenoj i turističkoj ponudi Crikveničko-Vinodolske rivijere, postavši simbol za rehabilitaciju sportaša, aktivnog stanovništva, mladih, starije populacije te osoba iz svih područja javnog života.
When plastic decomposes, it releases compounds like benzene and phenol, creating microplastic particles that promote bacterial biofilm formation. That's why Aquamaris products have never contained microplastics, but they do contain magnesium, calcium, potassium, and bicarbonate, important elements that make them safe and efficient against common nasal issues. What you see is what you get with Aquamaris, the first and only microplastic-free brand. Aquamaris, no microplastics, no worries. If microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris, no microplastics, no worries.
Hello?
Am I speaking with the location manager?
You are.
Do you have a moment?
Sure. I'm in my office.
So am I. Nobody likes them.
Yeah, they're all the same.
We're shooting an adventure movie. We're looking for an untouched paradise. We need sea, but it has to be crystal clear. We want marvelous sandy or pebble beaches, preferably both. Breathtaking horizons and mountain peaks. Fairy tale-like lakes. Wild forests. Rivers, waterfalls, gorges. We need magic. Can you do it?
Yeah, I've already got something.
And the rest?
Buongiorno. Is this location manager?
On a high level.
Fantastico. Allora, we are shooting a family movie and we need a location. Oh, sorry, is this a good moment?
Perfect.
We are looking for a scent of history and culture. Castles, old towns, old buildings, theaters.
So we are filming this road movie and we are in a search of beautiful landscapes.
Hallo, hallo.
roads,
Wir machen einen Mystery-Film und wir brauchen etwas enigmatisch oder so intrigant.
Come on, man. We need action. We need those locations.
Hello.
Hello, dear. It's me again. This time we want to shoot some kind of romantic comedy.
Of course.
And we have the most famous actresses
Draga,
and actors on the
ako
set.
ti nije problem,
Što želiš da slikam?
što god hoćeš.
Ovo je Farma dolina. Kompleks koji dominira vizurom ulaska u grad Rijeku i mjesto gdje zaposlenici JGL-a stvaraju visoko kvalitetne farmaceutske proizvode i stvaraju našu priču. A naša priča je počela 1991. godine. Od tada smo razvojem novih proizvoda i osvajanjem novih tržišta postigli transformaciju iz malog lokalnog laboratorija u snažnog i brzorastućeg igrača na internacionalnom tržištu farmaceutike. Zasluge za ovakav streloviti rast idu zaposlenicima JGL-a, koji se nalaze i izvan granica Hrvatske. 10 zemalja, ali jedan tim. Oni su strastveni, inovativni, stručni, ambiciozni, angažirani, posvećeni poslu i željni postizanja novih vrhunaca u farmaceutskoj industriji. Stvaraju u okruženju u kojem timski rad nije slovo na papiru, u kojem se cijene i grade dobre ideje, a cijeni se i hrabrost potrebna za njihovo pokretanje. Njegujemo okolinu u kojoj zaposlenici mogu postići ravnotežu između poslovnog i privatnog, u kojoj osoba nije kotačić, nego čini razliku i vidi plod svojega rada. Svaki put do vrha počinje u dolini, a naš počinje u ovoj. Mjestu gdje se vrhunska sterilna proizvodnja susreće sa znatiželjnim i kreativnim duhom, a spoj znanosti, naprednih tehnologija i poduzetničkog duha stvara kvalitetu koja se prepoznaje. JGL. Vrhunska farmaceutika kreće iz Farma doline.
When you come to Croatia, you have to refresh your mind by the pool.
And heal your body in our thermal spas.
You have to enjoy a massage by the sea.
And regain your smile in any of our dental clinics.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to swim here.
Relax there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of well-being, full of life.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting in 1 minute, 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57. The last one that gets in pays all the bills. Please hurry.
Everybody, and welcome back from the coffee break. We are approaching the last session of this year's conference. But don't be sorry, don't be sad, because it's the brilliant one, very, very interesting one, because we're going to talk about the future. We're going to look into the crystal ball and see what will happen in the future. So everybody nowadays are talking about artificial intelligence, AI, technology, big data, robotics. Is there anything we should be afraid of? Are robots going to conquer the world and extinguish human race? Or we can use some elements from AI and from robotics and take advantage of it in medical tourism? Those are some of the answers that will be answered by our next guest. And he's here in the first row, Mr. Sandeep Sharma. You know him already from the last year, founder of VMarsh Healthcare. So, Mr. Sandeep, should we worry or not? Crystal ball. Okay, one big round of applause.
So, good afternoon. It's literally afternoon. So, good afternoon, everyone. I know this is the last session, so I'll try to do my best to not bore everyone here. But jokes aside, pleasure to be back. Pleasure to be amongst people, a lot of familiar faces from last year, a lot of new faces. So, good to always meet friends, clients, and associates. And special thanks to my dearest friend, Vladimir, who is the president of the cluster, and also, I'm happy to say, and proudly happy to say, a part of our team at VMarsh. So this year, I have chosen to speak about the topic that you see on the board, mainly because, you know, each year when you now see the things going on in different parts of the world, I think everyone talks about technology and it's so cool, but I wanted us to spend some time, the next few minutes, to go over what and where it should be continued to be perceived that way, and where or what should we do to draw the line. So my topic is humanizing healthcare in the digital age, and of course I will talk about it from the perspective of medical travel. So with that said, you know, we all have heard about the digital effect. We've all heard about the things going on in healthcare, in different industries around the world, digitally, especially since COVID, because, you know, we've seen that, you know, there's a tremendous impact on the global healthcare infrastructure, you know, thanks to digital, you know, right from the economies to provisions to regulators, providers, and all people associated with the healthcare industry have seen so much disruption, and good disruption, because, you know, you now see that there's an excellence in diagnosis, there is more accessibility, because for the last 2 decades, I think one of the most important issues in healthcare was accessibility. And now, because of technology, accessibility issues are being solved, you know. Of course, I think everything changed for the medical travel industry after COVID, because a lot of us realized that, you know, there is so much still we can do with technology, which probably we did not do or test out earlier. So we are seeing, of course, all of us are seeing, all of us are talking about the digital, all of us are seeing what's happening. I mean, what I'm going to say now is nothing new. You would have seen a lot of these examples that you're seeing on the screen as they pop up. These are the things which, you know, all of us have heard from somewhere, probably have been a part of it, especially, you know, I'm in Croatia, I'm in an area of wellness and rehabilitation, so I know there are a lot of discussions about, you know, a rehab through virtual reality. In fact, I was just talking to someone, a good friend of mine in Sydney, Australia, where, you know, rehabilitation is also a big thing. And he actually focuses on rehabilitation for patients in remote regions. And he was telling me that, you know, it has been something like never before, where I am so immersed in all those digital discussions, I'm so immersed in those consultations, which I could never carry out before. So he was so happy, and I was talking to him on Zoom, on video, and then suddenly I see that, you know, his puppy, he has a Labrador, the Labrador jumps on the screen. So my point is, you know, it takes a kitten or it takes a puppy to, you know, bring you back from your digital age. So my point is not to say that digital is bad, or I'm not condemning digital, I'm not saying it is the only thing to do. I'm trying to make a point here, which I will make through 2 personal case studies, because I want all of us to think for a minute as providers, as regulators, as people of the healthcare industry, is digital really the right brand differentiator? Because when you talk to people these days, hospital CEOs, governments, everyone says we have implemented artificial intelligence, we have big data, we have robotics, we have this. But do we really think and stop that is putting digital as a brand differentiator the right thing to do? And that's a question which I want all of us to think about. Probably in the panel we can talk about it or later on. But two personal case studies. One is a case study based out of Singapore. So when I was based in Singapore a few years ago, I was working with a consulting team which was looking at patient experience. And as a patient experience study, we wanted to spend time with one of the finest hospitals in Singapore. And I'm talking about a facility which spends almost $1 billion on a yearly basis on transformation. So you can imagine the size and scale. Now, a hospital that spends so much money, building the best infrastructure, having the best of the best doctors available, all those things. We sent one of our colleagues as a mystery shopper, as a patient, to go and see what she experiences, because we've seen everything on paper, we've heard all good things. So she was a lady of South African origin, late 20s, early 30s, and we made her dress up like a tourist and go in. And when she did that, she went straight to the reception, and we told her to speak in an unfamiliar accent. And when she did that, and when she went and spoke to the receptionist, at that point, she said, I am a tourist, I have a back pain, what do? I don't know anything. So we told her to behave that way. And immediately what we saw is the receptionist was not so receptive as she should have been to a patient, because she found someone or something or a situation which she's not familiar with. And the way she spoke to the patient afterwards is not what you want to do. So at this moment, if you think about it, you spend billions of dollars, you build infrastructure, you do things, but at the end of the day, if you don't have the human factor, it takes away the whole heart and soul of healthcare. So that's one example. I'll skip the other one because I also want to move to the other slides, but I can talk about it offline. So as I said, I'm not saying that digital is wrong, or I'm not condemning digital, but for a minute, since I'm on the topic, I want us to see some of the operational or the information issues that we've had with digital. One is, of course, I think someone spoke about data privacy and healthcare data. And we see that a lot of those healthcare data now being managed completely with digital tends to get misused, or there's also now a cyber crime issue based on digital that we see. There is, of course, a lot of alteration to the data, because if you are looking at solving healthcare problems purely based on data, you are not actually examining the patient with that depth which you would do before, because now you feel, I have data, I have digital, I will just follow what it tells me. And of course, the other issue is data management and integration. And I can tell you that a place like Dubai, where it has one of the finest healthcare systems, Dubai Healthcare Authority itself has billions of dollars outstanding because of integration issues, because there's a provider, there's a payer, there's a regulator. And because all their systems don't speak to each other the same language, there is so much of discrepancy. Going on to the experience side, you see that there is so much reliance on health data that probably 20, 30 years ago, the amount of time a physician would spend to understand a patient is not happening anymore, which means your learning curve is also declining, because of course, you learn things in school and college and books, but I think all will agree in this room that experience is the best teacher. So because you're not interacting with the patient so much as you used to, the learning curve has gone down. One of the other things which we see is, because things are getting very robotic and mechanical, you are going down on the factors of empathy than what it used to be, which obviously is, leading to the point that I'm trying to make. We are over-treating patients with technology, and we are forgetting the human factor. So having all that said, on both sides of the boxes, then comes the cost factor, because we are at a point where digital is still being understood, digital is still being incorporated, which means you will make mistakes. But do you want to make those mistakes at the cost of costing a patient, their safety, and their financial means? That's also something which we need to consider. So, with all this said, I want to talk about what this means and what I'm trying to say, because I don't want to become I don't want to be the first speaker who is on the panel of digital, but makes digital such a thing so that my other panelists don't kill me. So now I'm going to say good things. So what I'm trying to say is, the whole purpose that digital came into existence was we were trying to find ways to solve problems. We were trying to find ways to diagnose faster. We were trying to find ways to make healthcare more accessible. That is the reason why digital even came into the picture. So we were at a point where it was patient-centered care, and based on patient-centered care, we moved to personal focused care. Personal focused care means now if I go to any hospital, my data is there, they know when I came in, they know what vitamins I'm taking, we all have these watches and technologies to track our vitals. So healthcare is becoming more personal care. So that's the good thing that's happening with technology, that you don't have the same service or approach to every patient, but now you can customize it more than it ever could have been done. But because we're at that point where we can think about how much of digital to use and how much of digital not to use, I want all of us to understand that because we are at that point where we can take the right direction, I'm trying to say that humanizing healthcare is important by using a lot of those data points, using a lot of those things to help you as a tool, but not the other way around, that the data does the thing and you are on the back seat. I think humans still need to be on the front seat of healthcare decisions for the patient, because healthcare decision involves a lot of empathy, and I don't know any robot yet which can have empathetic talks with the patient. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. With that said, I think a lot of my colleagues in the past panel touched upon the role for everyone, and I think my colleague Paula mentioned about the government. So I want to talk about who should be doing what in this initiative. Of course, the regulators, the government has to be the starting point where they talk about what are the right policies, and because digital is evolving so much, you have to look at your policies more periodically. What policies you would have made 2 years ago for technology is probably becoming invalid as we speak, because things are changing every second. So you have to look at policies. You have to be the ones to encourage a lot of training for your healthcare providers and their staff, because if as a government you mandate people, you mandate hospitals to go through trainings and see what's right for them, that's only when they will get into the habit of doing that. Having said that, of course they have to regularly monitor. So that's the government. Hospitals, of course, need to look at the whole patient cycle and see how is the patient cycle, what were we doing earlier, what of these things can we now do digitally, what of those things still have to be kept human. Of course, as patients, we have to make informed decisions. We have to be open to try new things. We have to look at going to a hospital and saying, okay, so far these things were done manually to me, but I'm going to be open about it and try to do it digital this time. So I'm also saying, as people, we also have to be receptive to digital, because if you're receptive to digital, will digital make those mistakes based on which we can learn and improve? And of course, the same for the stakeholders involved. So with that said, I'm going to skip the next few slides because I promised my friend there that I will finish on time. So fundamentally, I'm saying we have to evaluate the patient journey. Every patient's journey is different. Every region is different. We need to know what are we in the business of. Rehabilitation, wellness, healthcare are all interconnected, but they are not the same thing. So you cannot approach every patient the same way. So understand what business you are in. Based on that, understand what is that your patient actually needs at the end of the day. Don't look at it from the perspective of your KPI, your goal, your brand differentiator. Look at it from the point of view of the patient, because if you treat the patient right, you naturally are creating the right brand. Based on that, incorporate a lot of things which help people understand the new digital improvements you're adding, but also keep a close watch that if something goes wrong on the digital, I have a risk mitigation plan to look at how I can still do those things manually as smooth as possible. Because I see a lot of hospitals get so used to digital, a lot of their staff even forget how to do those things manually. So that is very important that you make people have a habit of automation, but also manual. And I think from time to time, hospitals should also encourage their staff to do things manually than just lose on that over-dependency on digital. With that said, marketing and communication strategies need to talk about humanizing healthcare, because I don't know anyone here, and please raise hands, but I would still like to get treated by a human doctor. I would go to Dr. Vladimir than a robot who is called Vladimir. So for me, it is very important to get the right humanized experience. So with that, I will skip the next few slides, because what I just said very quickly is what I've put in the slides. This is me talking about the whole cycle of a patient, that all of us have to understand our patient cycle from this perspective, and look at the stakeholders who are responsible for that, and based on that, make informed decisions, strategies, but more importantly, habits, not just strategies which lie in paper or your systems. And further to that, as I said, you go into incorporating a lot of new digital channels, but have a risk mitigation program to manage issues which might come with digital. Having said that, you have to have your marketing strategy based on humanizing healthcare. So I will leave you with this. Loving, kindness, warm-heartedness are the keys to health. Thank you.
15 minutes sharp, that's the way to go. Thank you so much, Sandeep. Yeah. And the robot Vladimir is also satisfied. I'm not sure, that's what I'm telling. You're too smart to be human. Okay, now we are approaching our next guest, our next speaker, and that is Mr. Damir Medvedev. He is technical coordinator and of the Component Center for Smart Cities Rijeka. He will explain, can artificial intelligence and high-performance computing help create new services in health tourism? One of the topics that is really, really interesting to all of us. Mr. Medvedev, the stage is yours. Medved, sorry. No, doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. So I have quite a long title here, but maybe the first thing to clarify what means EDI here. That means European Digital Innovation Hub. Europe made a kind of assessment a few years ago and saw that a lot of the small and medium companies are not adopting new technologies at pace that is needed. So that's kind of the initial problem, and the answer to that problem was creation of the network. It has 153 entities which are regionally dispersed all around Europe, and that's how EDI was created. So idea is to find a way how these new technologies can be adopted in a way that small and medium enterprises can use these technologies. EDI Adria is located and is responsible for the Adriatic region, and that's the area where we are working. Today I would like to try to answer three different questions or areas. First question is, first of all, is this current stage of development of artificial intelligence suitable for use of the small and medium enterprises in healthcare sector, and what kind of applications can be seen there? Second thing, what about these Croatian entrepreneurs? Do they have enough knowledge? Do they have enough financing to implement these new technologies? And then third part, probably most important, how we as EDI Adria project can help in that process. So when we start today, Sandeep had a very good introduction. I say we have now the full disruption. So many things are happening especially in the last 1 year, many things happened. And I can say that a lot of this AI technology is becoming kind of or overwhelming all around us, and basically almost everybody can start to use it. So that is kind of inviting us to a little bit rethink our current business process. Is the way how we are working, how we are providing our services, is this appropriate? And can we a little bit think about how to use these new technologies to improve our business, to improve our services, to improve our communication with the customers? Now, here's the definitions about medical tourism and so forth, but I would like to jump on that picture. That's my favorite picture. It's a quite old picture, but it's showing about this, what we call health continuum. Obviously, there is a medical view in that health continuum, but I'm an engineer, and I'm looking better from this IT or engineering perspective. So if you look in this continuum, basically we have something that is medical part, which is kind of quite a serious part, high quality of the data, precise instrumentation, everything that have to be properly measured, because we are dealing with the serious things. On the other side, we can say that it's something that is maybe more relaxed. It's kind of the wellness, something that we are trying to, let's say, prevent that some things are happening. Now, what is interesting in the latest development is that a lot of very expensive technologies that were developed for this health or core health or medical treatments and so forth is moving towards this kind of wellness area. If you look at the wellness is on the other side. So we can say that a lot of difficult development or complex development is moving from this curative part into this preventive part. And that's something that is becoming more and more accessible. Now, if you look in our particular case, what the areas where we as CIHT are covering, we can say that in artificial intelligence, we can support and help smaller entities in these 4 particular domains. So first of all, there is a physical domain in which there are a number of the kind of solutions or technologies that can help you, for example, to have in the rehabilitation processes some assistance in that way. What we are working on is creation kind of human digital twins. Twin, it's quite an ambitious term, but means that you are trying to identify as much data as possible for a specific patient and then try to identify what is the best procedure to cure him. Also very important what is happening, there is a chemical domain and says that we also like to understand what is the let's say chemical background of that patient, which is unique of each of us, and then we try to find what kind of best medicine can be applied to that particular patient. Then also we have this area of psychological domain that's very, very important, especially for people that have a cognitive disorders or some other problems in that area. For elderly people, now these technologies can help also in that area. And last thing, but quite important, especially for smaller organization, is this story how small hospital, maybe small dentist organization and so forth, how we can help with technology so they are more efficient, so that they are avoiding kind of a lot of the paperwork and that they concentrate a little bit more on their patients. Now, just very fast few examples from some of our past projects and what actually we are doing. Very obvious thing today is the use of the chatbots, and that can be quite interesting, especially if you are working in health tourism, because it's very often that you have patients that are coming maybe from other countries. Maybe there is a language barrier. Obviously, everybody thinks that everybody speaks English, but maybe that's not the case. So this kind of initial communication with our, which can work 24 hours per day, especially if there is a patient coming from different time zone and so forth, chatbots can help really in that area. But it's very important, what was also mentioned talk is that the chatbots are not replacement. They are just a tool that can assist us, that we can perform more efficient our work. In our case, one of the partners in our CIHT is Infobip. That's the first Croatian unicorn, and they have really specialized technologies that are enabling us to create very specialized, very intelligent chatbots in a very short period of time, and that the expense for that or the cost of usage is very low. I already said this health tourism is really, really important, this language barrier. It can be language barrier when you are asking for some service, but in some cases also can be very helpful if you have communication doctor to the patient. In special cases, today the language translation services, interpretation, stuff like that improved very, very, very well. Now also what we are doing here, and it's very interesting to understand that, as I said, there is a lot of new technologies that are available. Maybe they were very expensive just a few years ago. Today, kind of rehabilitation platforms that can enable you to improve or to better track the rehabilitation process are quite cheap. There are for some initial treatments, for example, you need just a camera, computer, and a software. With that, you can track the movements of the patient, you can stimulate the patient for making some exercises, and so forth. Here we have also in our consortium, there is a laboratory from the University of Rijeka. There is also one of the partners is Ericsson Nikola Tesla. So there are a number of the companies which are helping to define or identify what is the most appropriate technology available for that particular customer, what we have, to particular small and medium company we are helping on. This story about this analysis and personalized medicine, maybe just a few years ago, some analytical tools or procedures are quite complex, and they're available only the best clinics or most advanced clinics had. But it's important to understand that today the analysis technologies different types of the tools are becoming cheaper and cheaper, and that kind of applications are today just a few thousand euro away or expensive, and they are not so far away or unreachable for a smaller. So what we are also doing is making a counseling, what kind of devices are available on market, what kind of this advanced functionality can be used in that small business which they have. Also important part is one of the elements of or partners in our project is the faculty where we have the specialists for the language. Also there is a department of psychology here. So what kind of devices or what kind of software can be developed that can assist in this rehabilitation process when you have this when you have this need for additional communication? So whatever I'm saying is are examples from the practical projects, what we are trying to find, what is the suitable set of the software or the procedures that can be used by smaller company to provide that kind of services. Now, quite important, and we found in discussion with these smaller companies, they always said, and I think that's one of probably Croatian entire this medical domain, is there is a lot of the paperwork. Very often in Croatia, I can see that they say the doctor is spending too much time on filling some papers and too less maybe time to speak or talk with the patient. So there are a number of different procedural and technological devices or appliances which can help you to shorten that period. There are a number of the tools which can, for example, automate automatically creating this paperwork. You can dictate a lot of stuff. There is a language models which are now specially trained in Croatia for medical purposes, so they understand the specific narrative of the doctors they have and so forth. So these kind of additional tools for planning, for scheduling, for automating information with the patient, it's very, very important, and it was one on the very high on the list if you ask smaller companies what actually do you need, and they said we need the help in how to organize our processes, how we can be more efficient, how we can make more efficient communication with our patients. So that's very, very important stuff. Now, regarding who is ready to get this, the question, are the Croatian or smaller companies ready basically to accept these technologies? And the answer is not so much. So where is the problem? One of the problems is, first of all, there is a lack of information. There is a lack of education. So one of the very important activities what EDH Adria is doing is find appropriate trainings and customize the trainings that are suitable for micro, small and medium enterprises in the health sector, so that we can deliver exactly what is important for them, not that we are delivering to them some kind of academic lectures and stuff like that, but what we are delivering is exactly what is needed to improve their particular processes. Also, if there is a very small business, then it's a problem that they are attending specific education, because then that means they are just a few days away from their work. That can be also, we can help in that area also, because we are providing some finances and so forth. Also, there is a number of the regulatory and other part of the problems which we are also dealing with. We are educating on that part. We are trying also to rectify maybe some in some areas where maybe the legal, let's say the legal framework is not appropriate, can be maybe simplified and so forth. Okay, now coming to the last part, which is saying how, or which will deal with how exactly we can help small and medium enterprises and businesses. Here is the team. So we have two scientific institutions. This is University of Rijeka, where I am employed, and where we have our headquarters, let's say like that. There is University of Pula, and we have around 80 experts that are specialized in different areas of artificial intelligence, from the health to the processes, to the language, to everything what is needed in our area. So these are scientists from the university. We have two technological leaders, Ericsson, Nikola Tesla, and Infobip, which are providing more technological aspects. So what kind of tools can be used, how to create some solutions fast, what are microservices, how high performance computing can be configured in a way that can be used by a small company and stuff like that. And then we have these business support institutions. This is a STEP3 and a SMART3. These are more oriented towards business communication. They are helping our customers in that more process-oriented or business-oriented areas. So the key area of our competencies is that we are providing the experts, We have a different prefabricated solution or more microservices. And there is an entire ecosystem which will provide not just that, but also we will try to help with the financing. So what financing is available for that micro company that can use the technologies which were identified. So there is a number of things we are doing here, but maybe just to show you how that looks in a practice. There is a kind of initial interest that every company have to express, that they would like to get our support. And then we are making what is called digital maturity assessment. Digital maturity assessment is a methodology where we identify what is the level of competence, understanding of that company, and what are maybe some areas that need an improvements, and how we can help them, and what experts are best for their particular case. So in this digital maturity assessment, we are identifying what are the business needs of that companies and how we can help them. Then there is the main part of our support is called test before invest. Idea of that is that if you have some doubts, if you have some wishes, if you have some new ideas, our experts, which are very seasoned in that part, which have a lot of experience, are listening to you. And then with this test before invest, you can try. They are trying to help you and say, okay, this is feasible, this is not feasible, that has a sense, that not has a sense, and they are directing you towards to clarifying whatever kind of the questions you have. And then there are different kind of financial support. It's called digital roadmap and funding capabilities. So not that just we define what is the probably best solution for your problem, but we are also identifying the financial sources, how you can finance your particular project. And so forth. The idea is that we are then moving forward, and then we are identifying how our councils and our support, how that help. The last thing is that we are giving, or we have what is called concierge. So there is a person that is in the beginning identified, and that person is basically guiding this small company through all this process, taking care that everything is working fine. This is my last slide. And it's showing the current state in Croatia based on number of the interviews we did. As you can see, this is average DMA result from around 45 smaller companies which are currently in our support process. And you can see automation intelligence is very low, 27%. And that's where we believe that these new specially customized processes and everything what we are preparing that can really help them, and they can enable them to make some big differences in their work. This is a QR code for our web page. There is a lot of information available there, and I can really ask the Croatian smaller and medium Croatian companies, call us, check our website, and apply. Our services are free of charge.
Thank you, Mr. Medved. Finally, something free of charge. That's good news. Thank you so much for a kind invitation. And we are proceeding with our next topic. In the previous block, we talked a lot about cluster collaboration, and now we're going to talk a little bit more to widen our knowledge about the subject. Our next guest, our next speaker is Mrs. Leila Pock. Leila is CEO of Styrian Human Technology Cluster, but she's also an entrepreneur, startup pioneer, and consultant, so she's really an expert in the field. Please, the stage is yours. And welcome to Croatia.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, Vlada. Thank you for inviting me, Maria. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm first time here. I'm not a medical practitioner, but I'm representing a very exciting community from Austria, a very new one that developed in the last 20 years, and I'm very excited to share some experiences. In order to understand my organization, I have to give you a short insight into our region to understand it better. Okay. So, I usually like to start my presentation with this slide and to ask my audience, what do you know, what do you associate with Styria? So not many people know anything about it. Maybe you know Arnold Schwarzenegger from Terminator because he's from Graz, from our capital, or you know pumpkin oil, or maybe you know Red Bull racing. But you for sure don't know that we are one of the leading technology and innovation regions in the whole Europe with the highest R&D rate of 5.14, at the moment 5.20. We are always competing with Paris and Baden-Württemberg, but why is it like this? You know, 20 years ago, it was not like this. We had many structural problems, even 25 years ago. We had the steel industry. We were just having so many challenges, you know, production was leaving Europe, was leaving our region. And the regional government made a very important decision. So they just decided to focus on technology and innovation and to make a strong region that will have this as a focus of economic development. So they start investing and developing programs for supporting and for emerging of companies who are investing in innovation. And they start building up clusters as, let's say, boundaries between research and industry. So there are 5 clusters in Styria representing the main industry fields, and I'm very proud to represent one of those, and that's healthcare technology cluster, life science cluster. When we started, we were founded 20 years ago, 2004, we started with 8 partners, representatives from research and some main industry, and today we are 150. Everything resulted from collaboration and just steering this community, always like a good risotto, you know, pouring something new, making innovative products feasible. And as you see, we are 53% of SMEs and 20% of startups. Startups are very important for us because they are always delivering new knowledge from research. So we know that this is a strong power. You know, they are bringing new power to the industry so the industry can innovate, because we know how important it is to stay innovative, to stay competitive on the global level. So the idea was actually of pooling of regional core competences in a strong regional life science network. Now I just wanted to show you, yes, who are our partners. So we have industry partners from medtech, pharma, biotech, and IT, R&D partners, so 5 universities that are included in our cluster organizations, 2 non-academic R&D institutions, and 5 centers of excellence. And of course, we do cooperate with healthcare providers because we know we need them for testing our products. And they are also actually on the beginning of an innovation process. So they are giving us inputs of what they need and what are actually the challenges in the healthcare. And we included also partners from Smart Health because we know how smart aging and healthy aging is important to face some global challenges. Maybe I just have to point out that we are very strong technology driven. So we are not very rooted in medical science, but more in technical science. But we always work on interface of natural science, of medical science, of technical science, and material science. And we know that actually the craziest and coolest things and great innovation is happening there. So what is actually our leading expertise and experience? Pharma biotech, it's traditional, very strong fields of expertise of Styrian economy, of Styrian companies. So we are a very important supplier of pharmaceutical industry. We developed to be that in the last 20 years. So when we are talking about pharma and biotech, we are talking about competence in process development and plant engineering and production technologies, as well as white biotech and as well as improving drug development process. And I can just tell you that 60% of pharmaceutical plants in Europe are engineered in Styria, so in our cluster. Another leading expertise and experience is medtech. We have very strong microelectronic industry. We are focusing on sensor technologies and diagnostic and smart materials. So actually we can measure everything and we can deliver sensors for everything. And smart materials is also one of the very strong focus in our cluster. We are very specialized on topics skin and bones, and we are developing great projects for implants. So at the moment we are working on a project where we have sensor on implants, or implants that are just being replaced as tissue is growing, so that are really great collaborative projects. Digital health is probably most interesting for you. It was fields of expertise that were growing in the last 10 years. So we have something like 40 partners in our cluster who deliver products and services in this field. And main focus is on clinical imaging and artificial intelligence for medical applications, e-health and telemedicine, as well as disease management. And we have several very well implemented projects in Styria and worldwide. That's what you see here in the middle. It's one of our most famous and products. It's called the Skin Screener. So it's actually app, but you can, for early detection of skin cancer. Health and sustainability was growing in the last 3 years. As we know, we have aging population and all challenges that are facing this topic. I don't know if you know so the average Austrian lives 58 years healthy, and we live very long. So the challenge is going to be how to provide sustainable healthcare system. So many companies are just having very smart ideas and innovative ideas for how to include this generation, how to help them live safely in their environment, to stay as long as possible independent, and how to keep their health and to stay healthy. As I said, many companies are targeting this market. We also know that healthcare industry is one of the biggest waste producers. So we also have projects in the field of medical waste that are also very well implemented by our healthcare providers. And we have a strong community in the fields of nutraceuticals and functional food. So many companies are focusing this market, because almost 35% of all turnovers in pharmacies are going on to supplements. So, and we are the homeland of some super supplements like astaxanthin and spermidine that are very, very successful on the world market. So what are actually our services? What is what we are doing? Community building and networking is our core business. So we keep community together. We try to keep them communicating. You know, if we bring people together, they will communicate. If they communicate, they will cooperate. If they cooperate, they will innovate. So we have a strong output every year, you know, of new products and services. I always have to deliver my KPIs, and I delivered last week my KPIs. So we have this year 10 new startups in our community with innovative products for the healthcare industry. We have identified 25 new collaborations among research and among industry partners. We have 5 new projects for the whole ecosystem, and many other KPIs. But something what is really very typical for us is that we are actually always looking for synergies among partners. So we are always looking what are their strengths and how can we combine them and build up a USP project for the whole region. So actually, how can our region be very specific with which kind of projects? And I just want to give you some best practices from our cluster. I know that I have only 15 minutes, so I will maybe not focus on pharma and biotech, but you see we had made a screening platform for potential compounds against COVID-19. It was a startup company that was working with university and another center of excellence and Harvard University and Google, you know, and it was a very successful project. We are also very focusing on topic like continuous manufacturing. It's a new topic. We are working with FDA, so they are just, you know, they want to have us as a partner, as a know-how partner for certifying new pharmaceutical processes, new processes for the pharmaceutical industry. We are focusing on early detection of diseases and diagnostics. So there are some of very interesting and successful products in the field of fertility tracking. Also, I mentioned Skin Screener for the early detection of skin cancer. We are also starting a new project, Vladimir, concerning to men's health. So it would be something very similar to this. We also having a very interesting platform when we are talking about men. Men is nice target group because they don't like to go to see for psychological therapy. So we have it, you know, as in a form of telemedicine platform because they like to contact everything over online. They don't like to see a practitioner. So it is a very successful company that is hosting this platform, and it's very, very popular in the whole German-speaking countries. It's also from Graz. Tel Biomed is actually support system for patients with chronic conditions such like diabetes and heart failure. They're implemented in the whole Styria, and we also have some very successful projects and companies who are working with novel testing methods such as microfluidics. So also in the field of ambient assisted living and smart care, we have many companies who are developing sensors for fall prevention. Many elderly people and their families are always very afraid that, you know, falling during the night, and nobody knows about it. So there are special sensors that can detect such situations and connect it to hospital, connect it to ambulance, connect it to family, and, you know, to lock up the door, you know, that everybody can enter. So that's a very integrated system that we developed, and we have many good use cases. We are also investing in gamification and mental training to prevent from dementia and to detect some speech disorders in the sense of early detection. And we have something very special, what is AAL Centrum, Center for Ambient Assisted Living Technologies. It's a kind of showroom in Graz where you can visit and test all technologies in the field of ambient assisted living. And we work with a county in Austria, in Styria, that has an increase of elderly population of 100 per year because many people just come from rehabilitation in this region. Then they see that it's a very nice region with nice hills, and then they decide to move there when they go for in rent. And so we need, you know, to develop just the living conditions for this kind of population that they can live there. So we are a strong partner and strong technology supplier for this region. I just wanted to show you some of our future projects, best practices in the field of cluster collaborations. For this year, we started to develop a project with 13 partners where we are combining the knowledge in the field of microelectronics, microfluidics, and smart materials in a unique project, because I don't know if you know that the dressing material is actually a medical device according to new MDR. So they need to be tested. Everything what is applied on the skin need to be tested, and we are testing for these producers right now. But at 2026, they will not be allowed to test on animals anymore. And what we try to do with this project, with this knowledge within our cluster, is to develop a special method of testing for non-animal testing. And we are combining knowledge from medical university, from technical university, from other research institutions. 13 or 14 partners are involved in this project, and we hope to have in 3 years a new center for non-animal testing in Graz. And what you see here is I just wanted to explain that we also work with automotive industry, with car industry, on a very interesting project, Automotive Health. So how can you integrate healthcare data in monitoring of what is happening inside the car? Because usually you use sensor for outside, but not what's happening inside. And we know that 1.3% of all accidents are happening due to the health problems. So at what point, you know, the car and virtual vehicle, let's say, or an autonomous driving system should take the control at which situation? So it's a very nice project, and we have a strong collaboration with automotive cluster and with microelectronic cluster. And there is what I wanted to show you, some other future fields. I would just want to point out the smart skin. So we developed a foil that actually can measure temperature, humidity, and pressure. And we are looking for applications. I think there are enough applications. We are very proud of this. And we are also working, as you see on the smart proteins, we are converting CO2 to novel proteins that we will firstly use and implement in the animal feed industry, and then we will see if it's going to be cheap enough. Maybe in 10 years we can have it also as a artificial food for human. So these are some of our highlights, that you see something from Graz, and that's medical science city. That's also where we have our office. I see that my time is over, sorry. Yes. It's actually the largest clinical complex in Europe that we brought together with the medical campus, because medical university is very new university, and we decided to bring it and to bring it in the vicinity to the clinics. And we also put the research and entrepreneurial center in the middle, so everything is very connected, and it has a huge attraction for international startups and international companies, because if they look for partners for developing their services, that's a kind of a USP that we have in our region. Maybe I can give you some information later on. I already mentioned that we are top one region for pharmaceutical and biotech engineering and plant constructions, that we are leader in biobanking. So that you have to know, we have the biggest biobank in Europe with 30 million samples that are connected with IT, and because our pathology has a strong IT department. So that's really a strong capital and a big asset for clinical studies and for cooperation with international pharmaceutical and medical device industry. So, sorry. Homeland of microchips and sensors. I mentioned this already, and I just wanted to mention collaboration as a culture. We have outstanding collaborative spirit. We think and we strongly believe that it's the key to our success. And if I can describe maybe in one sentence our community and our cluster, then I usually say, innovation is our DNA, our good infrastructure is our bones, our companies, our muscles, and our collaborative spirit is our heart. So thank you very much.
We hear each other? Yeah. Thank you, Leila, for this really impressive story about Styria. We are sure that Arnold Schwarzenegger is very proud of his homeland. That's why he keeps saying, "I'll be back." I'll be back. Okay, we are approaching our next speaker. Our next speaker is very familiar face in the CIHT conference. He was here also the last year, and he talked a lot about innovation. It was really successful, but his new passion is something else. It's microplastic issue, and he's going to tell us something more how to solve this problem. Mr. Brkic is Global Brand Manager for Aquamaris at the Jadran Galensky Laboratory. One big round of applause for Joško Brkic, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's hard to follow up after Arnold. Somebody from Arnold country was discussing. Thank you. So anyway, thank you for having me here again, because last time we discussed about innovations and investments into innovations. At that time, I was not at liberty to say and disclose with you what we have been working on, but now is the time. So let's start with going a step back. First, okay. Yes. The topic for today is microplastics. It's plastics, but it's very small. Can you hear me right? Yeah. Okay. So it's very small. It's less than 5 millimeters, so 1/5 of an inch. And it comes in various shapes and forms, because a lot of different combinations of polymers are included into microplastics. Some of those are written here. And this is the last time I'm going to talk about it as it's small, because now it becomes big. 3 million tons of microplastics, primary microplastics, are released into the environment every year. And then another 5.3 million of secondary. So there's two different sorts of microplastic. The first one is primary, which is when somebody puts intentionally microbeads into your toothpaste, into your hygiene product, cosmetic products, and it's also glitter. The second part is secondary microplastics, which is this and our clothes and whatever left after chemical and biological degradation of plastics and it's released into the environment. So when we talk about 8.3 million tons, I think it's hard for me to grasp just how much of it, how big of a problem it is. So I have to ask for expert help, and this is the guy that will help me. An average elephant is around 4-5 tons. So if you put all the elephants in the world on one side of the scale and all the microplastic released into the environment in 1 year on the other side of the scale, which way would it go? See? Somebody who knows. Why? Because there's not enough elephants in the world to compete. There's around 500,000 elephants in the world. So basically, we would need to have around 2 million elephants stacked on top of each other on one side of the scale to level the base, which is the entire population of Houston, but elephants. So it's obvious that we have a problem. But not only in Houston, we have a problem all around the world because we are all exposed. Either we inhale it, either we ingest it, or we get in contact with it through our skin, clothes, linens, whatever. And once it's inside, it creates damage. Whether it's physical damage, getting embedded into the body like this. It doesn't glow, by the way, it's just, so it's easier to spot. It creates inflammations. It then releases toxins because it continues to degrade. So basically you have physical damage and you have chemical damage to your organism. So first thing, when we find a problem, the first reasonable thing to do is we don't have a problem. It's denial, yeah? So we as a society have been denying this for quite some time. And this is what got us into this problem. So we're done with denying and we started with making steps. The EU is making steps about banning and taxing some products. So first, like you have seen, the plastic straws and single-use plastics. And then it's glitter. And I know the glitter is all the rage in the last couple of weeks because now the glitter is banned. What's going to happen with parties and whatnot? But I think we'll find a way. In the end, it's expected to have a pretty significant impact both on the environment and on the economy. But we have to pose a question. I work for a company that produces nasal spray. And what difference can this nasal spray make? I mean, it's just a nasal spray, yeah? But the thing is, it's been sold around 200 million units since it's got into the market. So imagine the entire city, the entire population of Brazil having one Aquamaris, and then there's leftovers for everybody in Croatia and Slovenia. So that's, quite a lot. There's millions of users that are used to having our products in their home pharmacies. They have, we have a responsibility to them because the majority of our users are mothers with babies and small kids. Not only them, we have top athletes and we have also senior citizens. So it's our responsibility to provide a perfectly safe, we know it's efficient, but we need to have a perfectly safe product. And not the least, Adriatic Sea. Doesn't look pretty now, but believe me, it's pretty. It's one of our main ingredients. So it's a gem, basically. It's full of very useful trace elements that have been proven to have beneficial effects to the human health. But we need to make sure that it's safe, that it's microplastics free. We got into this topic because we had to do two things. We had to get the awareness up, the level of awareness up, and ensure uncompromised safety for all of our users. But not standing here talking to you about the 2 million elephants on one side and 8.5 million of microplastics in the environment every year, you think, but it's an obvious problem. Everybody knows it. Here's the funny story. 2022, last year, in first 9 months, microplastics as a term appeared in all of Croatian media 732 times. At the same time, AI or migrants 11,000 times. Tourism 80,000 times. Okay, president how many times? Almost 500,000. So this is the level of awareness we're talking about. We are nowhere right now. But let's start with making the product absolutely safe. We had to go all the way from harvesting the seawater to having the final product, and all the stages again checked and analyzed. And then we have to replicate real life use. So everybody uses it per puff. We tested it. It came out below analytic limit of detection. You know, it was a really stressful period of our lives because there was no regulations forcing us to do it. There was no EU body saying you have to do this. We just felt obliged to our consumers, and as a market leaders, this is something we do. We innovate, we take a step forward, we take the risk, and luckily we are blessed with good results. We have this analytical process and the results applied to the notifying body, and they said, guys, you're the first. I don't know how, but you are the first, and still the only microplastic-free nasal spray in the world. So if this is one thing you can take from this conference, is this, you have seen the world's first here. But then it's just the beginning of the game, because microplastic-free, it's still a vague concept to everybody in the society. We created the stamp. We are proudly made from Adriatic Sea, and we are proudly, of course, microplastics-free. Then we had to make this marketing campaign to get those 732 mentions in 9 months up, to make the people know that this is a problem and how to treat, how to mitigate the risk and to treat the problem. And then, of course, we have this great idea about making waves, so starting something that everybody else will follow up, and make this, you know, as a ripple effect to be an environmental awareness increase in the society. It's a good cause, but it has its risks. This is one of them. It's greenwashing. It's basically companies pretending to do good, while at best doing nothing, and at worst making the situation worse. Basically cheating the consumers in the process. This is not what we do. We are a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. Our goal is not to fight plastics as a whole, because plastics is a great invention of the human race if used properly. Our products are recyclable, fully recyclable, and our main goal is the health, because this is the health we're talking about, safety for our users and safeguarding of their health. So we turn to leading experts in the fields of ENT, pediatrician, pulmonology, toxicology, nutrition, to make educational content that we will distribute in the media and to our partners. And these are the top experts in Croatia. And one additional step, we partnered up with Children's Hospital Srebrnjak, which is a part of the only institution in Croatia which is a part of pan-European project, 12 scientific and health centers trying to find out the effects of microplastic to human health. Now they're focusing on allergies and trying to find if the rising of microplastic levels in the environment is the leading cause of rising trend of allergies. So we had good results with our products. We had all the best experts, but now we have the challenge of communicating it to the public. And it's a good topic, it's a good effort, but if the public is not convinced, the message is lost. Because we've tested, and people, they're interested in microplastics as a topic, but they want to know more, but you know what, they're lazy. They don't want to search for the verifiable data. And this is where we come in with, I hope this works. Yes.
When plastic decomposes, it releases compounds like benzene and phenol, creating microplastic particles that promote bacterial biofilm formation. That's why Aquamaris products have never contained microplastics, but they do contain magnesium, calcium, potassium, and bicarbonate. Important elements that make them safe and efficient against common nasal issues. What you see is what you get with Aquamaris, the first and only microplastic-free brand. Aquamaris, no microplastics, no worries.
So this was very popular with pregnant women and mothers with small babies because it gives them information about what's inside. Yeah? This one.
If microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris, no microplastics, no worries.
So this one and the next one have the same idea. Microplastics is small, it's often ignored, you don't think about it. When you make it enormous, we tend to notice. If it's oversized, we tend to notice, and more often than not, we tend to, be kind of irritated by it. So
if microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris, no microplastics, no worries.
Okay, I have to make a statement. I said 732 mentions in 9 months. At that same time, we have faced competition from FMCG, from the bookkeepers, from different, telecom companies, insurance companies, banks, and whatnot. So we had a campaign for a month. These are the results. On the short-term side, brand consideration significantly went up for those people that have seen the campaign. But more important on the other side is the long-term functional and emotional expectations. The brand already had a good relations with the consumers, but this improved it because it gave an additional level of confidence and safety to our consumers. I have to say that this is pretty much a miraculous result. We have doubled the amount of number of mentions in the same period of this year, so it's not 700, it's 1,500. It's still relatively small, but you need to understand that the more money you pay, the more music you get to hear. It's a bad translation, but Okay, so with this, I'm ending this presentation ahead of time. I'm free for all the questions in the panel later on and afterwards, because this is a topic worth discussing. It is something that will affect us, I think, sooner than the AI threat that we are discussing. It's here, it's at our doorstep, and microplastics doesn't choose, who it affects, but you can choose what to use in your life to protect from microplastics. And with a half a minute left, thank you.
Well done. Well done. Thank you, Joško. Good luck with your invention. Please don't go away, because now you're part of the panel. Ognjen is already ready. He's so excited about this panel, and I'm excited as well to listen to you. Ognjen Bagdin prepared very carefully the questions. So one big round of applause for Ognjen, who is here to moderate the panel session. And I would like to invite our panelists, Sandeep, Mr. Medved, Leila Pok, and Joško is already here. And have fun, guys. And girls.
Hello. I tried to get a microphone, and I think I will. A big applause for my friend running here. Thank you.
Oh.
Hello. Okay, okay. But I think we can hear each other. So Vladimir said we have an hour and a half, so I hope you guys are ready for this.
What?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hour and a half. Okay, who liked this panel? Please raise your arms. Okay, so, and I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot. What I see in the future that is waiting for us is that technology will be a competitive edge for everything that we do. So, but also we need to put this human approach as well. So first question for my friend Sarma. Did I say it right? I'm just kidding. So how can you apply this, which you mentioned about digital approach to our region? And you talked about everything but the solution that you offer. So what is something that you can offer to us to be better in this digital age and to provide better patient experience? And I have later question about employees' experience, of caregivers' experience. So please.
Sure. So I did that on purpose because there I speak and here I answer. Yes. So I think a couple of things. One is, you know, as a consulting firm, we are doing business strategy, quality improvement, and transaction. And one of the reasons why we have this partnership with Kvarner cluster is because we have a lot of these solutions which we implement in different parts of the world around patient experience, about transformation, and about humanizing healthcare. So with that said, I was having discussions with few people yesterday who are in this room that when I talk about Croatia and when I talk about this region specifically, there's a sense of clarity as to be known for certain things. And I've mentioned it to a few people here that if I go to a country where no one has, or I go to a place where not many people know about Croatia, but they will know a few things. They will know about tourism, they will know about Game of Thrones, they will know about wellness, and they will know about rehabilitation and sports medicine. So because Croatia and because specifically this region has you know, a sense of clarity to work in this direction, I think it becomes more important for us, VMarsh Healthcare, to have this as a starting point and take a lot of the best practices in this to different parts of the world. So to answer your later question, what we want to do is use a lot of these elements here, which is about wellness, well-being, hospitality, which are the key elements in being human. And we want to take a lot of these elements into larger complex healthcare systems where this can be applied. So as an organization, we are working with the cluster, we're working in this region to take a lot of these elements to different healthcare systems in the world, and also introduce a lot of different tools and systems that are out there to be applied to this side. So it is a lot about balancing the technology and the humane factor, and I think this is the wonderful place to start.
Okay, great. Is there any question from audience first? If not, I will ask you when I'm finished, just at least 1, 2. So please do. I don't know.
There's a reason why we have 1 hour and a half.
Okay, yes. To pick. Yes, the cards. Okay, Damir. So you're giving away a lot of money. Is that right? Yes or no?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So you're giving for AR solutions 50 to 100K for consultant services for small and medium companies in healthcare, but generally. So what can you say about this, and who can apply and how? So you mentioned something, but I want to talk later about it.
Okay, good. So the main idea behind this AD Hardware support is that almost everybody can apply, especially small and medium, micro, small and medium enterprises, but also public authorities. So we are providing support both for them. What we are providing free of charge are consulting services. So no, we are not giving any money to anybody, but we are providing consulting services, and that service, depending on what is the idea or what is the problem, can be from 10 to 50,000 euro. That's a correction.
I tried. I did my best to.
That's okay. But what we have around 2 million euro to let's say, to spend the next 2 years or to provide the services in that value. So the process is very simple. There is on our web pages, which QR code I was demonstrated previously. You just apply for that. You make a short description about what's your problem, what you like to achieve. Then our team is contacting you, and then we perform this digital maturity assessment. Based on that, we are defining what is the amount of services we can provide to you, and that basically, if it's a simpler solution, it's less provided, it's more complex, it can be provided much more. So it's completely open. We have 3 + 4 years projects. We started, we are operational, now just we have a first group. We started 6 months ago operationally, we have a first group, but we will have around next 6 years of our activities and these services we can provide.
That's great. Did ChatGPT open a mind of companies to use AI more?
Absolutely. You know, what we saw in the last few months, especially I would say with a number of companies, they understand what are the benefits, now a little bit more. Everything started with excitement, you know, but then they trained that or understood that the ChatGPT cannot be used without any reserves. So that's the first thing. It is trained on kind of a general knowledge, but if they would like something really useful, it should be trained on their local knowledge. That's exactly what we are providing to them. So we are taking kind of GPT core, we are creating some local instances, we train that with the local knowledge of that particular company, and then this ChatGPT or chat can be more useful for them. And they understand that it's a simplified process. The whole idea is to have simpler microservices that they are able to consume.
Great. So we talked a lot about the collaboration today and clusters. So a lot of amazing things that you guys are doing. But what I'm curious. So you started 20 years ago as a region. So who was the engine behind it? You said government, but who is it still government engine, or now everybody's pushing? So what happened in these 20 years, and what's the next 20 years ahead for you guys?
Well, the government was, initiating and giving some initial money, but, we could not, when we started, I told we were just 8 partners. Today we are 150 partners. And that was very important because, building up a strong community that is relying on themselves, that just realize the power of their collaboration. As we heard from Ivana, 1 + 1 is 3. So
everybody wins.
Everybody wins, yes. So actually the community is the driver. And every day I'm surrounded by 150 high-tech companies who are just, enriching themselves with new ideas, and our output is amazing. As I said, we have 25 new products in the community in 1 year. So collaborative.
That's amazing. So, and you mentioned KPIs.
Yes.
So what are your KPIs?
So the government says, I want, XY new companies in our region. So I know if I know that I have to develop projects with high USP, and that's what I would like to give you as idea. Try to find where is your USP, are you special in the field of medical tourism? What are our strengths? How we can bound it together, and where can we develop? And please rely on technology. It's very important. Every civilization was successful that we're using technologies. And technology is happening. Every technology was implemented, before or later. It's just the difference if you're going to be on the front, in the middle, or behind. Okay. So be on the front or ahead.
Great. And any questions? Okay, I'll take one, and then please. We want hour and 15 minutes still, so okay. After please.
The question goes for Mr. Medved. So you mentioned in your presentation earlier that the big problem is that small entrepreneurs are lacking the knowledge of using the AI in their favor. So I was just wondering, okay, now you mentioned the consultations that you are providing. Is that the only knowledge that you can refer us to, or is there anything else that maybe you would say, oh, go there and learn this and this, and how to be more, how to have more comprehensive knowledge in AI in general as entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so there are multiple layers, I would say. What I was referring previously was that test before invest part, but there is an entire section which is dealing with education. And now we just started. There is a first course on AI. It will be held next week in University of Rijeka. So there will be a number of the specialized courses, which are obviously free of charge. You have to just to admit there and apply for the post there, for position there. And then there will be all the areas, including it will be specialized. So we are preparing different specialized. It will be agriculture, energy, traffic, health, and so forth. And then everybody can basically choose from that. As I said in the beginning, idea is to not give you kind of super general, super wide AI knowledge. That's available on internet. But what we would like to give you some specific knowledge in specific areas that are of your particular interest. So if you're interested in, for example, agriculture or something, there will be specialized AI training for that. And then when that maybe clear your ideas, then you can apply for consultant service. It will be actually, I recommend that. First you have to learn something, maybe rethink your problems or processes or ideas, and then you apply for our consulting services.
Great. Joško, now you, and we have more questions from the audience, which I like. So you're the biggest Croatian-owned pharma company that is the biggest exporter as well in Croatia. So what are the challenges that you guys have when, I don't know, when you're going into this kind of campaigns, this kind of marketing and different markets?
It's a good thing we have an hour and a half
Yeah, so
for this answer.
take your time, take your time.
Well, everything you said was is correct and it's all right. I have to mention that we are on our key operating markets. We are number one. We're market leaders with our brands. So the main challenge is staying on top while constantly reinventing yourself. This is, I mean, it's you stop, you lose, and in those process of reinvention and innovation, you need to stay true to your core, and our core is health. So this, with microplastics and this additional investment into research and analytics, I think it's something that will keep us in front for, I'm suspecting, a very short time, because I hope everybody will follow and get rid of microplastics. But for the brand's sake, I hope we can use it for a long time.
Yeah, but this is something that you're different, also making yourself different than everybody else, and you're a leader in this campaign. So also
we will always be the first, maybe not the only, but we will always be the first ones who push the envelope.
Okay, who used Aquamaris today? Why didn't you? Okay, but I have a lot of hands up. Okay, questions. I have Vladimir here, and we'll have time for 1 or 2 questions as well. So, or 3. Vladimir, please. Then Dr. Tsar.
So it's probably not a question, but it's a comment, because we have 2 panels today.
I know it. I know it.
You know it. We have 2 panels today. One is about the collaboration in health tourism, and now we are talking about technology and health tourism. So just to focus as a conference on the health tourism, not without a purpose. So one sentence which Leila mentioned, it's really important. Collaboration as a culture. So we need to know that collaboration is definitely a way of living way of mindset. We need that collaboration. But if we are talking about the healthcare and health tourism, we need to divide, as I mentioned during the presentation, two things. One is health tourism services, another one are healthcare services. That is something which Sandeep mentioned previously, how they look in Croatia as a state. So we are talking about the health tourism. We need to divide it in preventive, integrative medicine, rehabilitation, mental and physical rehabilitation, lifestyle medicine, and active and healthy aging. In that situation, the health technology can help us. The classical healthcare services need definitely technology, but we need to communicate together, but divide in this situation. And if you're talking about technology here in our region, we have 4 main streams. One is Joshko, it's one part of it, it's future pharma. The second one, it's preventive personalized medicine. The third one, it's medical wellness and health tourism, and fourth, it's healthy food. So all those things we already mentioned here, but it's really important in conclusion that we divide those things. And thank you for the presentations. So.
Thank you. But we have a question there. Please, Dr. Tsar, please come. Guys are ready to.
Thank you.
Who will answer first?
A quick question regarding the future in respect to the increasing reliance on digital technologies in healthcare or in health tourism. Do you envision a future where possibly that could be a barrier to health tourism? Because if we increasingly rely on data and we perhaps can't bring data from our home country, wherever we are coming from, could that be a barrier? Because I mean, a common effect is garbage in, garbage out. And if we rely only on the patient's memory, for example, about their medical history, we might miss important data, and that could be a barrier to the future. Thank you.
Whoever wants to. Yes, sir.
Okay, so look, as I said, as I was trying to say very quickly, there are certain strengths which technology brings which we could not do as humans, and that is why those technologies were invented, to solve those problems. So yes, technology is an answer to a lot of things, but what I'm trying to say is you also have to look at the fact that not get so comfortable with the use of technology that you forget the essence of healthcare, which is empathy. So that is what I was talking about. So to answer your question, I think I don't see it as a barrier, but I think it comes from a fact that if you have a sense of clarity, that I am in the business of providing accessible health care to people in another country. That is why medical tourism exists, because healthcare somewhere is not accessible or not accessible to that right quality parity. So if I'm in the business of providing good healthcare system to someone, I have to use technology, yes. But I also have to remember that if I'm using technology, at what point do I not overuse it? Or at the same time, also not underuse it, because as you just said, a lot of the data, a lot of the things which, probably as humans, as a doctor, you might miss out. If you have it in the system, you might also see it. So it's both. It's a balance of both, actually, that needs to be created. And the balance is not one set recipe, but everyone's recipe for balance is different, depending on if you're a government/regulator, if you're a provider, if you're in the tourism industry, and so forth. So this is how I see this.
Anybody wants to add something? No, yes, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe just the data is not a barrier. I think we have legal obstacles here. How you can exchange your medical data between countries. That's a problem. You have a tourist coming from Austria to Croatia. He has an accident, and now it's a question what can be seen into. So that's something that have to be renegotiated. But I see that I don't see any kind of technical obstacles in that, but more legally and GDPR, political and stuff like that. But because it will be really perfect that if you can take all your medical data with yourself, and you are traveling abroad in some far country, something happens, that this data can be extracted from some device, and then they can, the treatment can be more appropriate to you.
Yeah.
So that's something to this, but it's not a burden.
And I'll just add one more line, because he made a very important point. To do this, you need to assess, and to do this, you need to evaluate. And I think that's something as a consulting firm that we tell our clients, if you're a hospital or you're a government, that start with an assessment, because an assessment might be put forward with an objective to understand something like he mentioned, but it also opens your eyes to a lot of things which you were missing out. And actually, sometimes they're good things. You assess and realize you're doing so well in a certain thing that you did not pay attention to, and also the other way around, that you are doing something which you thought was good, but when you're comparing to others, you have a lot of improvement. So assessment, evaluation are the first steps to strategy. It can be your strategy for the quality, strategy for the experience, strategy for provision of healthcare. That's okay, but assessment is very important.
Last question there, please. There's a mic.
Thank you. My name is Camilla Thompson. I'm a Swedish...
Here, please, so we can hear you. Yeah. It's on.
I have a question about the Croatian digitalized medical record system. If there is a national system that all healthcare providers are obliged to be connected to. If a patient is being treated here, will it automatically be registered somewhere available for other healthcare givers, or is it only connected to the health institution that you work with? Yes.
Can you just repeat the question? Did you understand or not? Okay, but thank you for a question, but please.
As I understand, you ask if Croatia exists a system in which we can, as medical providers, can have all information about the patients.
Yes.
There are two systems in public sector. One is a primary healthcare, and another one is a hospital. Part of that are connected, and we are still waiting that that will be connected in central health system in Croatia. And the intention is to provide the law who will connect all medical providers, which means both private and public, to have all information about the insured patients.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You guys want to add something? So, because there's a challenge not cross-border, but in country, so not just our country.
Again, I would say that it's more legal and technical, so.
Okay. So, no more questions. Please stand up. No, really, stand up. Stand up. Come on. So we're close to the end. another hour more. So, but please, a big applause for our great panelists. And we need to take a picture, one more picture.
No,
I know.
I'm saying everyone.
Everybody's here. Okay. Ida, the floor is
And
yours.
please, one big round of applause for the next moderator at CIHT conference, Ognjen Bagatin. Thank you so much. It was so professional. So we are reaching the end of the conference. We are at the end of the conference. So how was it for you? Yeah, please, one big round of applause for you guys. You're the main part of this conference. We talk a lot about elephants, yoga, Schwarzenegger, plastics, and I think that we covered all the subjects not related to medical tourism. See you next year. Thank you from our organizers. I have to mention them again. Crikvenica Tourist Board, Kvarner Health Tourism Cluster, Thalassotherapia Crikvenica, and Polyclinic Terme Selce. Thank you once again. And are you coming next year to Crikvenica? Yeah, people from Crikvenica are definitely coming. Thank you once again and enjoy your day. Thank you.